scratching.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Jumbai, Jumbai, peace appear, faith, God bless.
This is Caribbean Vibe.
Daddy, could you tell me what's the qualification that I must have to be a politician? When I grow up, I want to become a famous man like George Bush, Pandy Robinson, and Reagan. I know to be a doctor, you need a degree. I know a simple soldier must be tall with a strong body. To become a scientist, you need maths for this. But what must I study, Daddy, to get into politics? Son, can you be in the PNM party and your heart in the UNC? Can you be Robin Swiss party whip and fighting for our leadership? You must swear on Bible and take false oath. You must use big words to get votes. You must lie and watch me straight in the eye. Oh, son, that's the qualification of a politician. You must shun people when election done. Well, son, that's the qualification of a politician. Daddy, could you tell me if to be a politician, a man must have a sound education? Should I go away to London or the USA for me to be a man in war pandate? I know musicians study music at Berkeley. I know good doctors does be at Harvard University. Well, which school did John Humphrey and Sudama study? I hear they did a crash course here at the school of Woodford Square. Son, you must go to the school of selfishness and learn how to be dishonest. You must go to the school of scampishness and like Judas, learn to cheat with a kiss. You must part with your good friend Kelvin Ramnat and call him a bloody upstart. You must fool people and fool yourself in the long run. Oh, son, that's the qualification of a politician. You must hate roti and yet hug up the roti man. Well, son, that's the qualification of a politician. A lie.
This is Caribbean Vibe.
Keep the faith up here. Rumba. Son, a politician is a special breed of man with a special personality. He will promise you paradise and the promised land. And after elections, he knows nobody. He'll give his party members car, house, jobs, and big road. Although they have no papers, he'll put square pegs in a wrong hole. He's one who shows no pity for vagrants and for humans. If you could behave like that, my son, you on your way to be one. Son, you must watch the crime rate escalating, and yet talk about race and vote catching. You must see
Why you so?
on one hospital bed, then pass through the ward.
Oh.
Just nod your head. You must talk the Queen's English in Parliament and curse obscene as you reach the pavement. You must teeth and jail a man if you touch a leaf. Oh, son, that's the qualification of a politician. You must smile and drink whiskey with your enemy. Well, son, that's the qualification of a politician. Boomba, yeah, love. Boomba, boomba. Yeah, my dear. My granddaughter Kai.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Son, you must sell your soul like your beats cheaply. Opposition in the Nile party. Like Maurice Marshall, you must know Jack is the best. But to the public, you must not confess. You must live in big house like Anselm and George and John Humphrey. Far, far away from poor people's society. In Parliament, like Lord Raphael, you must be a yes man. Well, son, that's the qualification of a politician. Like Donawa, resign only after you get pension. Well, son, that's the qualification of a politician. My first rap.
Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's no other than In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And we have a jam-packed show for you tonight. We don't have any cold pens, but we have a jam-packed show for you tonight. Let me add in here no other than 1/3 of the DAG Triplets, no other than
Lord.
Diana, Wave Me, Benskin, McDonald boy.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I have a little house guest here. Ooh, driving me crazy.
And let me bring in no other than the Phantom boy, live and direct out of TNT, no other than Gary, the TNT Phantom Mahabir.
How's everybody doing tonight?
But you got good a big introduction. You're going silent, man. Who is that one?
Yeah, what happened to you? No bar, right?
What happened? You want to be back your phone?
You not hearing me?
No, we hearing you. But you want to be back your phone?
Wife not in control of my device, bro.
Come here. Come here. Behave yourself or you're going to get cut off. Come.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear everybody. Look who's here. Answer, give me a one. Look who's here. Nadia. You give me a single. Look who's here. Hello, everybody. Say Stormy. Say Stormy. He gave me enough trouble. Yeah, but you see the Bamsy here? That Bamsy gonna feel it a lot, you know. Gave me enough trouble, you see him here. Oh, Lord, y'all. Stormy, yeah, this is Stormy.
That poor dog looks scary.
He looks scary.
Yeah, he's scared.
He likes TV. He's watching TV.
Oh, okay.
No, he be in here ramping with his toys and biting up my toe.
Are you watching Barnabas?
What?
You watching Barnabas?
No, he watching a movie. I put on a cartoon for him.
Oh, all right.
I give him a bath and all that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we go hear a lot about Stormy.
All right, now you gotta behave yourself. Jesus.
We go hear a lot about Stormy over there.
Storm and Stormy. You're gonna take off my wig on air. Go. Yeah, bye. Go bite something.
So folks, we have finally, after weeks upon weeks of begging people, begging them, oh God, earlier, oh God, finally, Fish Stick was in first tonight. Finally. And here now, Nadia wasn't too far behind her. Nadia was right behind her. Nadia said, Fish Stick was in 5:14, right? Nadia was in 5:15. Nadia was waiting, boy. You know? all of them, they look up to Keisha, boy.
No.
Yeah, Keisha was the next one, and of course. Yeah, Nadia. Fish Stick was in early. Yeah, he talking about Nadia didn't try hard. Got first. I wasn't even studying to take first today. Yeah, you wasn't studying to take first. You couldn't wait. Fish Stick, you couldn't wait. I know you couldn't wait. But you didn't. Nadia, Nadia to Keisha, don't let him get it so easy, you know. Don't let him get it so easy, yeah? Hey, to Keisha making mask costume. But you know, after we have that fella tonight, we need to play a little bit of all kind of soca and all kind of, let's see what's going on in them thing to them people and them. Well, it's a runway thing in Trinidad, boy. Oh, good.
You can't stop the fat in TNT, brother. Can't stop the fat.
Boy, it's a runway thing, boy.
I am not naming my dog Heinz, Chris.
Oh, good.
His name is Stormy, and yeah, Lana, he has toys galore, and he is the mascot for WZYE, the village. Right, good. I'm not naming my dog.
You start to come back, boy. Like you went to the savannah and you visit them cow pens and they didn't like what was going on, so you come back home.
So just say she making a midnight rubber costume.
Who is that? Takisha?
So you see the people having their own carnival, eh?
Yeah, boy.
Cow pen too.
Yeah, boy. We still say I stuck on this YouTube and other media houses that covering the war. Yeah, boy, the war, boy. That war ain't easy. People stand up in the road, boy, they're making bombs in the road, all kind of thing, you know. It's a different type of war, you know.
Well, the Ukrainian people and TNT people, you see how they're fighting? Man, woman, and child standing up to fight.
Yeah, even Miss Beauty Queen going to fight for she country.
Everybody fighting, boy. The former boxer fighting too. You know, you see them? Them is real people, eh? Imagine if something like that happening in Trinidad. Eh?
Yep.
People are heading for the gate, you know. Fighting.
Boy, I go down Maracas, yes. I go down what the river name there? Valencia and see all this.
But you know something, boy? It was sad what happened with them 4 divers in truth, boy.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, I mean, but I don't know what else to say, but
On the job.
You know what? I want to play this. I want to play this.
But
I want to play this.
All the effort we're trying to make to help organize the response to be more effective, nobody wants to listen to us, right?
Nah, them all listen. Them the world listen. Them are their own thing, boy. Them are their own thing. But I don't know, just play this in the village. I want you to listen to this. I somehow, boys, every week now, boy, something, boy. Every week, something atrocious happening in the country, boy. Something going on.
Oh, yes. Somebody help. Come and put a hand. Come and wipe away the blight and see what the plight that befall the man of this land. What's going on here? I would like to know why the whole world is in a turmoil. So it look as if we fire God from the job and give the work to the Beelzebub. Man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. If you have the devil, I can understand. The devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. If you not from the devil, I can understand. Like if Satan in control are running the land. Hey man, oh man. There's only wars and rumors of wars. Incurable disease go from sea to seas and they happen without a cause. Strange phenomena now happen everywhere. The callousness of this world have the world in fear. Politics and weaponry have taken its toll. They have the whole world out of control. Man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. It don't happen here, well I can understand like it. Oh yes man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The thing going on here, well I can understand like it. Satan in control of running the land. Oh man. To get at ease, we turn to religion. But then in our quest to do our best, we end up in real confusion. Some religious leaders so phony and vain, all our religious morals to go down the drain. Their materialism make them feel them is Lord, robbing the world in the name of God. Man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The thing going on here, well I can understand that the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The thing going on here, well I can understand like you sit on the control of running the land. Oh man. Let's take control. Let's reconstruct the world. Sift out all parasites, phonies and blights. What is wrong? Let us make it right. Stop this social, moral and religious decay. Our world wasn't meant to be this way. For heaven's sake, let's not fall for deceit. Put God back in the driver's seat. Man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The thing going on here, well I can understand. The devil have a hand in running the land. Man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The thing what's going on here, man, I can understand. Like if Satan in control of running the land. Oh man. Oh man.
Of course, that's no other than the NCC chairman, Winston Gypsy Peters, boy. The man say the devil have a hand in running the land. All these things that's going on in Trinidad and Tobago. Think about it, eh? All these things that we have never seen before. Things are happening almost on a daily basis. Something going on. Something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Something. There has to be something. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we could say what we want. We could, make it how we want to make it. But folks, we want to try something a little different tonight, right? So I think that we finally have. I think we could play some voice notes. If you send us voice notes to 973-868-1444. That's the WhatsApp number, 973-868-1444. It's actually on the screen as well. You could send your messages there. And you can also call the numbers. There's numbers on the screen, 973-346-2188, 973-346-2127. All right. And so we can just try something a little different tonight, and we will see how that works out. Right. So you could send your WhatsApp voice messages to 973-868-1444, or you can actually call as well. You can call that number as well, or you can call 973-346-2188 or 973-346-2127. So, of course, it's no other than In the Village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. And I want to play, before we get into, I want to play this other thing here for you with respect to what happened there with Paria fuel, right? And it's kind of sad because it to me that somehow this scene it could have been avoided, and they didn't have the things in place to do what they needed to do in order to take care of something like this happening, But that's why I had to play that song by Gypsy, because something going on, man. Something going on. Something wrong. As Stinger says, something
It
is
is
wrong.
now. It's not now we in the oil business, right? It's not now.
Yeah, hold on, hold on a minute, Gary. Let's get this up here. So these are the gentlemen. These are the 5 fishermen. 4 of them are missing. So let's take a listen to this family member.
They are divers.
Divers.
Yeah, 5 divers.
One of her sons drives a boat out there, and he heard the emergency call. He left what he was doing with the boat and went and asked them what's going on here. And they said the
Behave.
diver hasn't come up. He said, but my father down there. Right? So no response was made for anybody. No emergency stuff had come yet. And it had already passed half an hour. He said for 40 minutes. What he did now was call his other brother, his friend, my brother, his uncle then. All of them is commercial divers. They came within 40 minutes, right? Still no response there. My nephew and his friend, they started to hear noise in the pipe, right? Paria or whoever didn't want them to go down. Against instructions, my nephew and them gears up and they went into the pipe. And this is how they saved Christopher Budram, right? They took him out. When Christopher came out now, Michael Corbin took him out. He started to shout and say, go back for Paisy, go back for Paisy. He right behind us, which is my burial. What was understood is that after the incident, he could have found Christopher, could have found for certain amount of them. Anyhow, they had an air pocket, he said. They were sharing air tanks, right? Christopher and Faizi decided to swim out because the rest couldn't make it. They were injured or they swam out. Christopher swam, Faizi was behind him. When he came out, Faizi was not behind him. His son now, Michael, who went down and saved Christopher, went back into the pipe.
He went in with oxygen?
Yes, he went with a hose. He went back into the pipe and he found his father's tank, GoPro, and his torchlight. No Faisal Kurban. He came back out because that was all the rope he had. So he had to come back out. Now, if we did not have relatives that can swim or divers, we would be, when they came up now, they said, my nephews them told me, they heard a knocking on the next end of the pipe. They went there, they put the ears on the pipe, and they were listening with a safety officer or something. Now they suspected it was a crane making this knocking noise. So they cut the crane, and then they put the air again. Nicholas said, how long you have to put the air for? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. And they could hear a slight knock. Or like the guy, or like in pain. He's not sure because remember, this is through a pipe. He says sounds travel, and this is what they hear. But they came and they wanted with commercial gear or something to go in. Now they couldn't go in, or I don't know what, I don't want to put words in my mouth, but I'm not sure what went on, but they did not go in. It took hours for, what's the name of the robot? What's the name of it? The RV to go in. This is hours, eh? I talked about probably 5 o'clock this morning, 4 o'clock or something this morning. Check the time. Right? When they went in, it was blocked by some diving tanks. They have to come out. My other brother said some operation was supposed to happen because that tank blocking, and if they have to pass that, they can't bring out an injured person. So they went the other way or something, and they made up a clog or a blog or something. And this is, for as far as we know right now.
Oh boy, I tell you, man. You know, that's just kind of sad. You know what I mean?
Very much. Very much.
Where the Coast Guard?
Yeah,
Yeah, with the Coast Guard. You pick the words up with the Coast Guard divers.
But the Coast Guard is not going to be sitting there waiting. They got to come to the location.
Okay, so then where is the capabilities and equipment to respond to the situation?
Well, I mean, but if the Coast Guard,
it's not now we drilling oil in the sea like this, right? We should have those mini subs equipment. The Coast Guard should have that capability. The Paria company should have the equipment in place.
Gary, there you go. Gary, I wouldn't put the Coast Guard in there. Paria.
We have to, because they are supposed to have certain equipment to respond. They are our emergency responders. You can't leave them out. So the U.S. Coast Guard have those kind of equipment to respond. They have to take the lead in emergency. No matter the companies have to have certain equipment there. But our emergency response services are supposed to have certain kind of equipment because it's not now we doing this business. Right? So where is the mini sub and where is the equipment to go down there? Let me tell you something. Them fellas, when you call them, you have to beg them to put on their pants. Okay? You have to beg them to put on their pants. And you know, when you go through that sometimes, they call them, I come in just now. That's how they're operating. They're still operating, so. Yeah, man, I come in just now, yeah.
Anytime is Trinidad time.
Yeah. Well, you know, we have a long time since them stop coming and come right now.
Stop.
So the national security is without excuse here, as far as I am concerned. And this has nothing to do party politics at all. Okay? I call it as I see it. We've been in this business too many years. And we have had too many problems with getting response for our fishermen in distress. And now our people working, doing this in offshore. The equipment is not in place, and the training is not in place. Nothing is in place. You're dead before help comes. So maybe we have some experts in the listening audience can give us a little more education on what should be done here. Anybody willing to call in?
But who we have Gary Aboud coming up late in a minute. But whose portfolio that falls under the divers,
No, that's the Minister of Energy. That's the Minister of Energy.
Minister
who will
and the response from the Coast Guard, Minister of National Security.
So that's small Ping and Hines again.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will blame the Coast Guard in that situation, because to me, the responsibility is Paria Fuels to have anything emergency in place. They should have an emergency. They should have a team, an emergency team that can actually go into and do it if something like this happens.
But also,
I think the Coast Guard is a backup in this situation.
We are supposed to be able to respond and take over the response there. When the Coast Guard come, they are in control, and they're supposed to come in and take over the response. They're supposed to have trained people there, fully equipped to respond. Like
but you see, Gary, if Paria is not doing what it's supposed to, if Paria is trying to hide this under the sheets and they want people to know this, right? Maybe they didn't inform the Coast Guard. Who is supposed to inform the Coast Guard?
Well, we got to find out.
The Coast Guard never just know just so somebody. And to me,
was making calls yesterday. I heard a certain fella was making calls to everybody.
But to me, Paria Fuel is the one. Once they hear of the situation, they have to inform the necessary authority.
Exactly. And until the investigation is complete, then we will get to know. Maybe we might get to know. Maybe.
Yeah. So if Paria decides that, you know what, we don't want this to go public, or we want to hide this under the sheets, and they didn't inform it, we can't blame the Coast Guard for that. We can't just blame the Coast Guard. We have to know. Maybe the Coast Guard wasn't even informed about it.
But that's what I say. Until we get to know, But I'm saying, do we have the necessary resources in place to respond to these kind of things? It's not now.
Gary, before I bring the Coast Guard in, I recently blame on Paria Fuel. I recently blame on them in that they are supposed to do what they're supposed to do. They are their company. They are running the company. If there's an emergency, you used to have to have an emergency team in place in order to take care of this forthwith. And they fell long on the job. They fell long on the job.
We have to know if they made that call. We have to know at what point and what time frame they made that call. Because you're hearing that they were denying people the right to go down there and respond.
But that's what I'm saying. And to me, and in this situation, normal in Trinidad, normal. No heads gonna roll. None. Zero. None. And I tell all you see, here we go again, the utilitarian approach. There are consequences for your actions. There are positive consequences and there are negative consequences. Who in Paria Fuel is going to suffer any of those consequences for what has happened? Who's going to suffer any consequences?
Not one person, as far as I'm concerned. Not one person is going to take
any kind of consequences. And people, stop calling people in Trinidad, especially in the parliament, clowns. Clowns are the most intelligent people in the circus. Stop giving them credit. Call them jokers. They are a bunch of jokers. It's jokers left, right, and center. Right? Look, let me play this song, please. Gary, you see any background? Give us 2 seconds here, Gary. We see
You
only
know,
bad
there
men.
was a song. I don't know if you could still play that. The man was looking for a donkey.
Where's that? You what?
No, no donkey in Parliament.
Oh, you want that one? All right. Let me see if I can
Bring
get that
that
one.
one.
Let me see if I can get that one. Here we go. All right, you go get that.
Help! Somebody help me! I'm looking for Jacka. Oh, yeah, each child go around the country. I don't know what to do again. Looking to buy a donkey to sell coconut in town. Can't afford to buy a pickup to tote me nuts around. So I gone up in the country looking for jackass to buy. But everybody I check, they keep on telling me. They say up here do a donkey, Parliament a plenty. Up here do a donkey, Parliament a plenty. If you want to see real donkey, Parliament a plenty. If you want to find real donkey, Parliament a plenty. Donkey for sewing day, donkey for sewing day, donkey for sewing day, donkey for sewing day, donkey with PhD, doctorate, law degree, donkey that dance for sew, don't know from head to toe, looking for a donkey. You want to find real donkey? Fat donkey, maga donkey, any kind you could get it.
Yeah, we could find plenty of them in there. Let's bring in our first guest. No stranger to any village to the DAG Triplet, no other than our good friend, Gary Aboud. Mr. Gary Aboud, how are you doing today, sir?
Well, honored that you asked me to come on, but I mean, I don't know how you guys, but I'm traumatized by a series of things that are happening. But loss of lives of these four boys is tragic and unavoidable, but there's so much loss of life. There was several people shot and killed this week. It kind of falling apart. I mean, I don't like to see it, and I'm probably the last person that you would expect to see it, but our society is crumbling. There's no confidence in law and order. There's no confidence in the political directorate of all of the spectrums. There's no confidence in any accountability from the public sector, the private sector. It's a free-for-all, and the people who are paying the price are often the vulnerable. I mean, you have a whole country being bombed by the Russians as we sit and speak in our comfort. There are children that are bleeding. There are people blowing heads off and arms off. It's a frightening thing. But you guys wanted to talk about this matter in our ocean today, which I have a lot to say on, but unfortunately, nothing polite to say to anybody. Should I?
Well, we didn't bring you here to be polite, now, Mr. Aboud. We bring you here to talk the truth. So welcome to the village.
Well, thank you so much. I was invited by a university professor to sit on a chat group, which I belong to about 5 groups, and often I come off because too much of old talk and Ovilang and Bacchanal. But this is supposed to be an intelligent group. But what I found is that it seems as though the more academic, intelligent, and qualified, the higher up the pecking order ladder that we go, in my respectful view, I think some people become more stupid because they lose sense of common sense. So a past minister, there are about 10 or 15 ex-ministers who sit on this chat group. There's about 200 of us. Most of them are 60s and 70s, older people, men and women, and all very senior people in the society. But it's kind of so frightful, demoralizing, because this morning I'm talking and last night I'm talking, and I feel very strongly about it that WASA is paying, we the taxpayer, they're sucking our money, and they're paying the Karamat family 500+ million a year. 500 plus million a year for fresh water. And every year they pay about 25 million in interest on late payments. That is $500,000 a month. No, is it? No, 2 million a month. $500,000, 100,000 a day. We, the taxpayers, are paying the Karamat family for the desalinated water that we paid for late. And I take real strong offense at it. And here's a Minister of Finance, because I introduced, on top of that subject, in which I've read a fair bit of what has been published. Anything that's published on WASA in the past 25 years, I read it. But it's a regulated industry commission, any committee, any document that can be made public, and many FOIAs have gone and gotten more data. So I'm not so smart myself. I'm an average guy, but I take the time to take an interest in WASA. But I said that arsonists, they're saying, nobody seems to understand that because your bread is buttered on all 6 sides, doesn't mean that everybody else even has a crumb of bread. So when it's no skin off your back, that we the people are paying WASA are paying Desal Court, the Karamat family, 100,000 TT dollars a day in interest, a week in interest, not to include the fact that we're paying them $40 million a month, $10 million a week for seawater that they get for free. I have a real problem with wastefulness in the face of poverty. I have a problem with carelessness when carelessness equals lack of opportunity. I have a problem with the brain drain when we should be draining the world of people who want to come here. Not just starving Venezuelans, but all the big shot people exporting their children. Everybody, educate them and send them away. Get a scholarship and go away. We fail. So this morning and last night, I introduced the subject of serious incompetence at every level. Lack of public accountability. The Minister of Finance says it's not my fault. The Minister of National Security. You can't blame me. I provided the tools. I have a small company. If somebody get a scratch, you think I could tell the public, oh, that's not my business. I provide the tools to my people. That's not my business. It's the Minister of National Security's direct business that he should be held personally and publicly accountable for every fiasco that's occurring in national security. He should be present, concerned, interested. He shouldn't just say, well, that is not my fault. My name is Fitzgerald Hines. I give them $5 billion to spend to provide infrastructure. I not business with what happened. And now today the Minister of Energy coming out and making statements that there's this big rescue operation on the way, and there's nothing happened today. Nothing happened yesterday. The Coast Guard, the Prime Minister flew into Australia and bought $300 million in ships from a company that launched those ships 5 years prior and never sold one to any foreign nation. Nobody wanted. But we are the first jackass that our Prime Minister could fly in and say, well, I went to China, and I was in the area. So I just dropped in. You take a whole entourage of 27 people, costing the taxpayer probably $300,000-400,000 a day. You fly them into Australia, and you go and you talk face to face with Sura. What you have to talk face to face with a shipbuilding company? You are a marine engineer. What he know about ships that he have to talk face to face? Well, I'll tell you what it is, and nobody wants to say it. Sometimes when you have to shake hands, it's better that you do it face to face. You understand? Back home, there was a bit of a furor here because people said, well, wait, now the Coast Guard wasn't consulted. Then when the Coast Guard have 7 ships of the same company that Manning bought. Through, I don't want to say, a close relative today is serving in the PNM. A close relative who is...
A close relative of who?
Yeah. So Manning bought plenty of those ships.
No. Gary, a close relative of who?
Of Mr. Manning.
Or any parliament right now?
Yeah. I know. Listen, I like to see people succeed. I think it's beautiful when you see a young person come up in the world and make something of themselves. Nothing more beautiful to me. That's like a flower coming out of the ground. But doing the right way.
But Barry, why you afraid to say is the past prime minister family? Why you don't want to say that?
I shouldn't call no names, man. People have wives and children. And
all right. Okay, all right, no problem. All right, yeah.
Next thing, somebody tease the children. And
Yeah. I agree with you. No problem.
I'm not against anybody getting ahead. I'm glad he gets business but he sold the government $90-something million in street lights. The whole country has street lights. A poor country like this, man, come and say spend $90-something million right up the place. What kind of sense is that today with broken people hungry? Manning should rot in hell for that. That is terrible. And today,
yeah, but Gary, why you say Manning should rot in hell? I think to me, if you had to take a choice now between Manning and the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, I guarantee you, most people will take Patrick Manning heads down.
I take back those words. I'm sorry I said that. Please forgive me. May his soul rest in peace. But he did wrong. You did wrong to spend $93 million.
But Gary, what about the current Prime Minister? Are you saying he's better than Patrick Manning?
100 times worse. Let me
there we go. Yeah, so then Manning was a saint.
So yeah, Manning was a saint compared to the Bulldog. So you send the same warship that Rowley went to buy, men strong in, and the warship arrived. You know you're coming to a rescue operation. You don't have a single tank on board. The Coast Guard have several professional divers, not one. You turn up with a $200 million warship that can't even function in our waters unless it goes offshore. That's what you turn up on grand charge. And you don't have, and so what? The Minister of National Security is not responsible. He don't have no responsibility that his Coast Guard, his officers, that he has the responsibility and the duty to brief and detail and profile and ensure that they have we're falling apart.
So Gary, the Coast Guard ship did show up today at Paria?
They showed up this morning and they make two spin and went up the road, yeah.
But two spin, they didn't even dive in the water, sir?
My information is that they didn't. That's the information that I have from persons who reported to me. I wasn't there, but the point is that yesterday, the boys went down. They broke the protocol and went down and pulled out their relative.
Mm-hmm.
They risked their lives. Those boys should be given a Medal of Honor if the president was awake and alert for bravery for going back there, contrary to instructions. But why should 5 hours, 6 hours pass? Who is the person? I mean, in your radio station, if your partner right next to you break his foot and is bleeding to death, wouldn't you jump to his rescue regardless of protocol? You will cut the station and save your partner.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say, well, we were broadcasting. No, the rules is we have to stay on air because we have audiences all around the world in the diaspora listening to us. So we can't breach protocol. We have to keep talking. And you go sit down and watch your partner right next to you die. Come on, man. Let me tell you, we need a leader who we could look up to. Look at this Ukrainian president. He made a broadcast yesterday, and I haven't heard him today. And he said yesterday, this might be my last broadcast.
My God.
Yeah. He put on his very way and he gone to fight with his men.
Correct is right. The man, he going in the vineyard with them. He going on tour with them. He going on stand with them. And Gary, as you said that, right? That is why when the Prime Minister went into Lavantil for that conference he had recently, and he didn't have the common decency to go over to beat him, with them people and them dealing with SWORE since last year, August, it tells me of the makeup of the individual. You see? Look at the Ukrainian president. You see what he's doing? He out there with the people.
Now, I'm not against Dr. Rowley for being
No, this is not again. There's facts. He went into the beacon, he went into Laventer, and he didn't go into the beacon. That's facts. I'm not against. I don't worry about that. You understand? People saying they're talking facts. You can't beat facts.
I don't mind that Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley started his professional career working in Neil Massey. I don't mind. I don't mind. Today he's a super millionaire. I'm glad. I'm not even questioning what he did to become a super millionaire. I don't mind he plays golf, even though it's a typical sport of the affluent. I don't mind. But don't tell me you're playing golf at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when your country is in chaos. Don't tell me you can't. It's something wrong. It's something vulgar about once in the face of suffering. You are the leader. We just came through COVID. 70 or 80% of people have an income drop of between 10 and 50%. People are hungry. Living Waters giving out hampers. So much people giving out hampers. I don't know if you guys are overseas or what, but there are a lot of people who are left out of our mainstream economy. They're completely left out. And there's net. We have a responsibility to capture those people who are slipping out of that net. You and me, everybody have that responsibility. But that responsibility is more our Prime Minister than you and me. And the example that he sets is the example his cabinet take, is the example the opposition must follow. It's the example the permanent secretaries and every senior public servant will follow. So if you have a leader like the Ukrainian president, you hold them together as one. And we don't do that. We're fighting on each other now. He black, now he white, he Syrian, he red, he Chinese, he mixed, he Douglas. Oh, my God, we have like, according to Lloyd Best, 112 distinctions, ethnic distinctions in Trinidad. When are we going to stop this shit? When? After more people die? When are we going to grow up and realize that, wait, now, our diaspora living everywhere else? Because we in Trinidad failed them. We did not provide an economy that they could believe in. We didn't provide safety, opportunities for our women. And we just coasted. So this morning, an ex-minister of finance tell me, because I'm talking about the Coast Guard and the incompetencies of the Coast Guard and the Ministry of National Security and Paria, there's no accountability, it's not going to be a proper investigation. People are supposed to be prosecuted for this mistake. And I don't like to see a man suffer because it's strippingness. You know, if my child died, I would probably be the first one to cry and go and hug the person that caused it and say, I forgive you. But there should be due process, somebody held accountable.
Right.
Imagine 24 hours pass and the Minister of Energy hasn't made a public statement and say, look what happened. The whole country went into darkness. The whole country went into darkness. Not a word to say, hey, this is what happened. So we're just left in the dark. But that is not public administration. I don't support anybody who act like that. That is just wrong. And now we have all a heap of other problems. We have if the Prime Minister chooses to buy anything he chooses to buy for any ministry, everybody have to hold their tail and shut their mouth. He could do it because we have no procurement law. If he chooses to sell the Port of Spain to Gabriel or Nahus or Al-Rawi or Chinese this, Chinese that, not a word. We can't say nothing. We are dumb and deaf. We have no authority. There's no oversight, no third-party knowledge. And I will say to your audience that they're bringing the new Maritime bill. It's before Parliament. The Maritime bill allows the appointment of the Maritime Authority.
Gary, Gary, hold that thought right there. We gotta go for a quick
Top of the
station
hour.
identification. Hold that thought right there. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us no other than, stranger to in the village with the DAG Triplet, Gary Aboud, one of those young men there who fishermen and friends, and he's always in the vineyard fighting. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Stick and stay, don't go away. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
So Gary, you were talking about that maritime bill. Continue that discussion there with the maritime bill.
It allows for the appointment of a maritime authority. The authority, just like the procurement authority that they've amended to make, is appointed by the cabinet members. The line ministry appoints the members on the maritime authority, the Ministry of Work. The maritime authority are the ones who manage all of the ports, all of the proposed ports, and all of the land, the coastal land that the country owns, that the state owns. So whether it's the coastal land in Labre, Port of Spain, Sealots, Caroni, the Maritime Authority owns it. And in one section, 51 on page 86, it's just a paragraph. The Maritime Authority the board of the Maritime Authority have the full responsibility of writing their procurement regulations. So they don't have to comply with the Procurement Act. So they could sell the Port of Spain to John Doe, Tony Sabgum, anybody who wanted, Bhagwan Singh, Kusals, whoever is close to whichever party at that time. And we, the people who would have spent, in the past year, we spent $500 million upgrading the Port of Spain with cranes to make it an international standard containerized cargo port. Now we don't spend all that money. It's now eligible that it could make money. You could sell it for $5 and there's no accountability. How does that make you feel? Why? Why would anybody want to create a lack of accountability unless you plan to thief? I mean, what could possibly be the benefit of loosening the regulations so there's no third-party oversight? And that is what, and the Procurement Act itself allows them to, okay, so they have Anand Ramlugan before the courts for inflating legal contracts and taking kickbacks. Anand Ramlugan being prosecuted. Okay, good. Rudal Munilal being prosecuted for the EMBD scandal. Great.
Uh-oh.
Are you there? I lost. Are you still
Yeah,
there?
no, you back. You back. Go ahead, you back.
Hello?
You're back.
Yeah,
We
you're
hear you.
there.
Go ahead, we're
Can you
hearing
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, we hearing you. Are you hearing us?
No, he lost the feed. Probably has to go out and come again.
Hello?
Are you hearing
I lost
us?
you?
Are you hearing us?
Seems I've lost you.
Yeah.
Go out and come again.
In any
Are you-
event, on the
Yeah,
one
but-
hand, you're prosecuting past government for acts of crime against the state, inflating contracts and taking kickbacks. But on the other hand, you're weakening the law to prevent it occurring in the future. Are you there?
Yeah, you hearing us? Are you hearing us?
You probably have to go out and come again.
Yeah, Gary, I think you got to go out and come back in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what he has to do.
Take him out and come
Okay.
again.
Yeah, it's individuals to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we have with us no other than Gary Aboud. I think Gary's the president of Fishermen and Friends as well, an activist there, an environmental activist, fighting for many things going on in Trinidad and Tobago. All right, Gary, you back with us?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, you back.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. We hearing you. Are you hearing us?
I can't hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Maybe his volume
No, I don't have no mic.
Yeah, check your volume. Just check your volume. We'll hear
No.
you good before. All right, folks.
Thing going good. Your PNM people again. PNM people again.
All just like
interrupting. Yeah. Interrupting the flow.
All it just. Let me see. Look, he come back. Let me see. Gary, are you hearing us?
I'm hearing you now.
You hearing us? All right, good. All right, you back. Go ahead.
Anyway, guys, just find that we are to blame. We need to be much more proactive. We need to. I always take it as an opportunity to speak to people when I can, because I really believe that if we share information and if we believe that belief is contagious, we have to believe in ourselves, believe in each other, be positive about the future, but it's frightening. It's scary. Yeah.
It is scary with with Putin acting up, and you know what I find so abhorrent. The people, they're not, but the Ukrainians seem to be such peaceful, loving people. You just go and you just what are you getting out of just bombing people? What do you get? Because you want to go and from all what I'm reading, you want to make it back the Soviet the Federation again of the Socialist Republic. Well, what are you gaining by disrupting people's lives, hurting all these people's lives that are lost? Children, they just went through a pandemic. Now they got to deal with war and uneasiness. Why, Gary? You think if women ran the world will be a better place? Just all women leaders in all countries.
Yeah, just had this Merkel in Germany. She refused a chauffeur. She refused a housekeeper. She said, no. I living as normal. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yes, you're right. More sensibilities. But I want to add that something is missing in the whole Putin picture. Because I don't trust the Western media. They're filtering it and not giving us the whole story.
Correct is right.
There's some rumor that the United States was doing geomorphia production in Chechnya. I don't know. I need to find out more. And Putin is, well, indisputably, he's very popular in his home nation and he's a love leader. So I can't believe that he could just become a tyrant overnight. And I don't know. We don't know enough. But even if I knew more, I can't forgive an act of war where yesterday I saw a video where I saw a man get blown up and the bomb, you could actually see the blown up man blowing up, flying up in the air. And you're seeing people running, real people, mostly old people with infants, running in winter clothes, and they're running, and you see this bomb explode about maybe 300 feet away, but you could actually see the whole physical body of the man from the impact blow and fly up in the air. So I'm like you, Diana. I know people will think that we are bitter fools, but I get very depressed about it and actually cry. I feel so sorry and so sad to see this. I mean, in every country in the world, we're seeing so much brutality, and nations and companies who produce military armaments and sell it for profit, I don't know. They have a special place in hell for them. It's just not. I mean, it's bad enough that people sell bad food. I have a friend that I had the greatest respect for. Up until about a month ago, he told me that he has a food distribution company, and I have a little company as well. And we sell food stuff like a little grocery, and the only things we will sell is if it's healthy, and if it's healthy, we would eat it, and we would be happy to sell it and to promote it. He said, no. He said, my company is the exact opposite of yours. He said, everything we sell, we don't eat, as a rule. I say, my God, what is wrong? How you could say that? What you doing to you don't have love in your heart, or you could. So likewise, we have a kind of a moral dilemma on the planet where, and it can be changed if we have leadership that is inspirational, that has the correct values, but we the people must mature and have clear eyes, colorblind, race blind, religion blind, age blind, class blind. You know, most of the leaders are chosen because they're very handsome. A lot of the women vote simply, they vote for the more handsome looking person.
Males, yeah, this is when males are liked by women in politics, they're usually successful.
Yeah.
So Gary, here's a question, right? Mr. Gary, did they find the other 4 men? Did they find the other 4 men as yet?
No, no. But those fellas not gonna come out in normal pieces, you know. They're gonna come out in small pieces. It's not gonna be a pleasant sight. And I think that is why the minister was trying to keep a lid on it. They're probably gonna bring them out at night when nobody's around to see. The vacuum suck is not a human imaginable thing. It's like if you can imagine a mosquito being sucked into a vacuum cleaner, it break it up into pieces, the legs fall off, the head falls off. It's not a low impact, a low velocity suction. 35 years ago, I lost a friend who was diving for TNTech at the time, and same kind of thing. Accidentally, they switched it on, not having correct protocols in place to ensure that the divers were out, and he got sucked in. He came out in small pieces. So it's not something. I mean, I hate to say that because the family. I hope nobody's listening, but it's a horrific idea. But what is more horrific is the lack of response, the lack of urgency, the lack of safety protocols and procedure, the lack of an emergency response mechanism that's automatic.
Yeah, because Gary, you
Lack
know,
of
and
equipment, lack of
yeah,
equipment, lack of training, lack of
when
everything.
when you have coal miners becoming trapped, the response is overwhelming, or you know, they're there and they stay on site until these people are found, whether dead or alive. They stay on site. You see them set up camp at the location of the tragedy, and
You
you
know the
know the.
pipeline when it gets on the pipeline is 40 feet submerged under the ocean bed. I don't know if you know that. It's
I know.
it's
I
40 feet under the surface of the ocean bed,
mm, mm.
and it's roughly 120, 130 feet long. So, and it's used to transmit oil. So it's a very dirty, scummy kind of oily thing that you're going on in this cylinder, and it's not easy to turn if it's 36 inches, and you have a tank. A tank normally weighs maybe 70 to 80 pounds. It's a
Oof.
heavy unit, so you're not mobile, and it's strapped onto your back with all your equipment and your mask. So you're not mobile like how you're sitting in a chair just to turn around and swing around.
But that is not a job for me because I am extremely claustrophobic.
I lost it there again.
Ah,
Oh God. Are you here?
yeah, we're hearing you.
Are you hearing us?
Gosh, hello?
Yeah,
Yeah, are you hearing
Hello?
us? Are you hearing
he
us?
fell out. He fell out again.
I think he fell out again. Yeah. Yeah. So
Quality of internet, man. Quality of internet.
Yeah,
TNT.
you know
But
whenever
you
you
know,
have a accident
where's
with
the
at the
equipment?
coal, yeah, they're
Where's the
there. You
equipment?
know, they're there, and there's a vigil around the clock vigil until the people are recovered. I don't know what's either recovered or rescued.
are you hearing us now, Gary? Let me unmute your mic. Are you hearing us now? Are you hearing us again?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Don't worry, that's just the internet in Trinidad and Tobago. That's okay.
The alternate.
Oh, yeah. But Gary,
Yeah.
I have a tough question here for you because you know when you come into the village, people just ask all kind of question. We just ask the question. Somebody said this. Please ask Mr. Aboud this question. What did his ancestors do for this country? My
Oh, Lord.
ancestors was beaten, raped, murdered, worked for free to build this country. How dare he call himself a Trinidadian?
Well, you see, that is the typical kind of question that I was describing of why the country is in the state that it is.
Okay.
Where you could question the integrity of a person's intergenerational heritage. I could question other people's intergenerational heritage as well. And I mean, I will not, and I will not even craft that kind of thought, but I can't respond to that kind of stupidity. You know, I mean, then that is what the Hutus and the Tutsis did to each other. That is what, that is exactly that question is an embodiment of the exact essence of the problem that gave birth to people like Adolf Hitler and allowed him to victimize and infiltrate and persecute and murder and do physical torture to people that he thought didn't do anything. Well, I'll tell you what. For that caller, they would probably prefer if all of my ancestors and myself either change the color of our skin, which is physically not possible, although I am married to a person of an alternative ethnicity, but that person want me to change my color, put on a wig, which I don't mind the wig for carnival, but I don't believe in wigs, and probably migrate or not come here. And, that person belongs in apartheid South Africa, or they also belong in the KKK. They could easily be a member of the KKK. They should form the Black KKK and start, having the reverse racism mechanism that the KKK are still infiltrating today, because that person misses the whole point of the brotherhood of man and the unity. Jean-Paul Sartre, in his writings, made it so clear that we are here now, regardless of who did what. We are here now. Today we are brothers together. We have to face this together. And in the face of what is happening in Russia today, that question is more vulgar than I can respond to. But I do wish that person all the love that I can muster in my heart. I do recognize that we have more in common than we don't, as much as that will hurt that person's, the core of the essence, that somebody like me could think that I have more in common with them than they could possibly imagine. But I don't subscribe to that kind of philosophy. I'm a kind of old world romantic, and I was on the boat with Huckleberry Finn and Jim, and I stayed on that boat. That other person, yeah.
And you know what? Let me, in defense of Mr. Aboud, I, Diana Benskin, I am the recipient of intergenerational wealth created by my ancestors that look like him.
Oh shit, well, I didn't even know that.
Okay, so you in the chat that talking about, what did his people do for our people?
I
for
think,
the country?
I think the person is asking a question though.
It's good. So I'm trying to...
And I think we allow people to ask that question. That's why I asked Gary the question.
Fine.
And
So
Gary didn't have a problem answering the question.
And I don't have a problem either. But I'm trying to tell them, if you look in your family tree, you can find somebody look like Gary that related to you. Because my maternal grandmother, her people are people like Gary. And I benefited from intergenerational wealth created by them.
Hey,
Diana,
Diana,
I use my wealth. I use my wealth wisely.
Diana, if you go to the Arab world is not a white world. It's not a white world. It's a mixed people. It's like a red people. And
thank you.
So that's a whole misconception that they have, that some of the people that came here from some of the villages, it's just like India. You have dark people and white, blue-eyed people. So there's just a question of those that came here, came from, but we can't dissect a person's heart.
Nope.
Color of their skin. That is.
Nope.
Let me tell you, I'm not a religious guy to say I go to church and all these things and all that. But I believe that there's good in the world and there's evil. And evil is constantly searching for home and good is constantly searching for home. And we have to open our eyes and find where we could find good and where there is evil. I am proud to be a part of this country. When I was a young man in high school, I grew up in a mixed neighborhood. In primary school, I grew up in a mixed neighborhood. When I went into high school in 1970, I had the harsh realization that there was segregation and racism, and that the Indians ate separate, the Syrians ate separate, the whites ate separate, the blacks ate separate. Everybody was split up. I was displaced. And today, 50 years later, my best friends are the same best friends that I had when I was 11 years old, and they're all different races. I didn't subscribe. I was an outcast. I say, what shit is this? I used to go and eat today in this group and tomorrow in that group and the next day.
Knock out again.
You still have me on?
Yeah, you still have you there.
I dropped.
Yeah, you only dropping and going. Yeah. I think
you know what I want to say, Ansem? When you go to the emergency room,
discussion.
When you go to the emergency in the hospital in Trinidad and Tobago,
yep.
You tell the doctor you don't like him or you don't want him because he's Indian or African or Chinese, right? You tell him that, okay?
Right, Gary, you back? Gary, you back? Are you
hear us? Joel, you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
Let me go and eat dinner.
What you having for dinner, Gary? Wait, you're showing off on me. What you having for dinner?
If I tell you, just having simple things, just bread and cheese because
nothing wrong with that.
We use bread and cheese stuff. What kind of talk is that?
That's my favorite. I toast it with put the tomatoes on the bread.
Oh God, now you're talking.
And I toast the tomatoes, and then I put the cheese on top to melt on the toasted tomatoes. And I put it up on a little pepper, and it's one of my favorite standby meals. So I cool with that.
And you're washing it down with some Morby or Stag or
Morby. Morby is a health food that people don't realize how healthy it is.
Yeah, cleans your blood. Cleans your blood.
I sweet mine with ginger, and I don't use sugar, so it's not so sweet. But I love the sweet Morby. But I really believe we have
cinnamon. Use cinnamon.
Yes, cinnamon. Exactly. And I use clove. And it's very simple. And I make a concoction with about 28 different herbs in it.
Oh, honey goat weed in there too.
But Gary, let me ask you a question, right? Gary, I want to ask a question before you go, right?
Anything.
Does people consider you to be part of the 1% in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah, man. I'm part of the 1%. My father was a very successful street peddler. As a child, he started working at 4 years old because, yes, at 4 years old, his father, who had been shot by the Turks in both knees for escaping, because in those days, when you were invaded, you were put on the front line. So the first time he ran away, he was shot in one knee. The second time he ran away, he was shot in the second knee. And the third time he ran away, they gouged out one of his eyes. And the Turks were very brutal. And after the British left, the Turks took over in that whole country. So by the time his wife's brothers came here in the 1800s, how long the ancestors here? 1800s. Most Grenadians wasn't even here yet. But yet they could tell me I should go back somewhere else. There's nowhere for me to go. This is it. So my grandmother stayed with my grandfather, who was handicapped. And they sent their eldest son, who came here, who's a guy called Naim Aboud. And he came and he lived with the Sabgas. And then by the time he had become a young man, and he was working and earning, and he could afford to bring and sponsor his relatives. He brought over his whole family. And all of my grandmother and grandfather and my 9 uncles and aunts lived in one room on Duncan Street, upstairs, on one room.
Whoa.
Yes. And my father was selected to work with my grandfather at the age of 4 years old, and they used to go peddling, leave on a Sunday evening, and come back on a Friday evening. And that's how he started, and he developed skills and trade and knowledge of style. And when he was 14 years old, his uncle, who at the time was very Joseph Sabga, whose descendants are many of the Sabgas in Trinidad and throughout the world they live, sponsored one of his sisters, my grandmother's sons, to study law. So my dad went back to school, but not having had the benefit of being in school from the age of 4 to 12 to 14, his younger brother succeeded, who was a big member of the PNM and became close to Eric Williams, and he became an ambassador to overseas. But he died at 42. That was Tony Aboud, but he renamed himself to Tony Sabga. And today his sons are Mario Sabga Aboud and Norman, who own Pizza Boys and Rituals. In my respectful view, Pizza Boys and Rituals add value to Trinidad and Tobago. They employ about 1,000 people. Some people want to challenge it and say all kinds of bad things about them, but I know them, and they're decent people. They're decent people, and they're charitable and humanitarian. But so my dad did not succeed. And at the age of 18, he went into business in partnership with his brother, whose children are also very successful. They own Starlight Drugs and several places and all kinds of industry. And
But Gary, don't you think that there have been privileges afforded to you and your family from the government that have been afforded to other races in Trinidad and Tobago?
Absolutely not. I have never had any favor granted to me.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other members of your family, about other members of the 1%. Certain privileges have been afforded to them that have not been afforded to many other, especially Trinidadians of color.
Absolutely not. In my opinion, and I say this with the greatest of respect, I think there's a much greater bias to afford privileges to the non-Syrian Lebanese, non-Chinese, and generally even non-Indians, generally speaking, except when the UNC is in power. But I think that is a forgivable evil, that people tend to gravitate to their own tribe.
But Gary, you think the PNM favors people of color? You really believe that? You believe the PNM favors people of color?
You can't even answer.
Well, it's a complicated answer, because you see, when you say favor, you have to distinguish what you mean by favor.
Well, for example, right? If you have a $500 million contract of doing the Red House, you think companies of color will get 20% of that contract?
I don't think that race bias. I think what it is infrastructure bias, accomplishment bias, ability bias. There's a whole string of biases that are operating for and against different sectors of society, different ages, women, ethnicities, religions. Generally speaking, most Muslim companies employ more Muslims.
But listen, I'm not talking about that, right? And here's my question. We didn't really come here to talk about that, right? But we kind of digressed indeed. Because when I look at the government of Trinidad and Tobago, for all years the PNM been in power, and the PNM has always had a black prime minister. And when you look at economics in Trinidad, black people are the bottom of the ladder in the sub-basement, right? So to me, people who have come after people who were born and bred there, right? They have been elevated to the highest level of society, but still at the bottom of the ladder in the sub-basement, getting worse than dregs are people of color.
Yeah, what I could say to you is there's a lot of merit in what you're saying, but you cannot deprive those who have come through the mill and developed a culture and a history of sacrifice, saving, reinvestment, craft and skill. There's a cultural hand down that I have benefited from. I just told you the history of my father. My father never had any privilege or any benefit from any single government contract ever. But there are many, many people who have, of all races, To have a debate now to say that bias and that benefit has been more to one race or another, that's a very it's, you have to be very careful that you're not applying bias versus science. And I can speak that clearly to say that there are certain people who have benefited from illegal, untowardly corrupt, criminal activity in partnership with the government of all races. But there's a heavy bias of non-Africans who have benefited from that bias. I could say that, especially in large contracts. Now, I don't think I know of a Afro-Trini contractor who benefits every time the P&M gets in, and he's a multi-millionaire billionaire, but he's low-key.
He's a billionaire? He's a billionaire?
Whether he benefited because he's black, I don't think so.
Gary is a billionaire? We are black billionaires in Trinidad?
I know one. Yes, I know one. And he's very low-key. In fact,
okay.
I'm quite...
He's a billionaire. I know Jack Warner because and they say some of the richest people in Trinidad, they say one of the billionaires is Jack Warner.
No, it's not Jack Warner. It's a steel contractor. But okay. I'm very proud of his accomplishment. But I don't like to think that, how he obtained or what he had to do to obtain so many contracts. But he's not alone. If you don't play, the horrible kickback game, you don't get contracts. And who says otherwise is not telling you the truth. Because the system is
But don't you think it's a pay-to-play sort of system where you invest? If you didn't put anything to the system, how can you get back up financially? So, I mean, people have contributed, tremendously, and that's why they reap the benefits, basically.
Yeah.
But if you're not getting a chance to contribute,
well, I think it's very varied. It's a variety of things that are taking place. But some people don't have any wealth because they gather none, and they want to live like a rolling stone, and then they want to blame and curse people that this one have and that one they have, and them have nothing. But in the meantime, they didn't do like everybody else and save their pennies and try to build a structure. So now you want to cuss this one and cuss that one.
Gary, I don't know why you keep going on that road, Seriously.
No,
I don't know why you keep going on that same road over and over.
You keep going down that road. You keep going down that road, causing people to have problems because they work hard. And you hear it on the radio. You hear it on a lot of stations, right? About the Indian have this and that one have that. But in the meantime, your generation of people, they didn't save no money, want to live like a macho man and sleep with as much woman as you can and make children all over the place.
Gary, that is so unacceptable, man. That is so unacceptable. You are painting a people.
You got to deal with that.
You want to paint a population with a broad brush,
On the whole
Gary.
population.
And you
Ansem, so let me
cannot
ask you
paint a
something.
population with a
Let me
broad
ask you
brush.
something.
Gary,
Let me ask you
Gary,
something.
Gary,
All
let me
the
say
jobs,
something.
all the
Gary,
jobs that
but let me
Eritrea
say this.
gave.
One at a
Go
time.
ahead.
Well, can I respond?
All the jobs
Go
that
ahead.
Equilibrium gave Afro Trinidadians ahead of other races in the country. That wasn't economic empowerment. All the preference from the police force to WASA to TN Tech to Petrotrin, you name it. If you check the demographics of the ethnic people there, right? The majority. If I'm talking to you, Mr. Aboud, okay, who got the preferential treatment for jobs? Eric Williams even imported people outside the country to take those jobs in front of Indian people.
But
We
let me tell
plant
you,
rice and sugarcane.
there's merit to every argument, but the deeper question is, what is the cause of this cultural tendency to celebrate beyond it? There's a deep root, and you can't just dismiss the causes of it. Living in a colonial society where people strut and make you feel ashamed of your limited resources, you can't limit that. You can't distinguish that. I'm not blaming people for the lack of accomplishment, but I had a black woman that worked with me 22 years ago. Her name is Janelle Edwards. Her mother died and left her 2 apartments and a car. She left, she rented out the apartments, and she started saving her money. She rented out the car, running taxi. Today she has 16 cars.
Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
She's very successful. They're all rented out. They're all
And there are a whole lot of other people like that. There's a lot of people like that. A lot of black people like that.
Yes, but we
Okay, so you can't paint a broad spectrum and take a broad brush and paint it and say
That is not what
most
I'm
people
doing.
are like that.
No,
It's the same way. It's the same way.
If 5% of the population is like that, you can't say the 95% is like that. If 5% of the population are criminals, you can't paint the other 95% and say they are all criminals.
He's not saying that. He's not saying that. He's not. I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that answer.
Diana, I am saying that when Gary makes those type of statements, I will never paint a broad brush as to any one population and say because 5% of them are like this, all of them lazy, all of them don't want to work.
No, he's not saying. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. That's not what I'm getting.
But this is not the first time Gary has said that. This is not the first time. You better listen attentively. This is not the first time Gary has said that.
But he said why they always saying, well, how come the Indian have this and why they have that? But Anselm, let me bring it down to brass tacks, right? You know, I just say what I got to say. Why is it you have car, and I saw the video, you have cars driving on the highway, wherever it happened, and I have an idea where it happened, and all I could see in the video, I didn't see no Chinese. I don't know if the fellas are Indian, but I see dark-skinned people walking up to the cars and extricating the drivers and hijack and carjacking the car. Why am I seeing that?
Do you know where that is? Do you know where that is?
Where is it? Where is it?
You saying that's in Trinidad, right? How do you know that's in Trinidad?
Because I heard some Trinidadian accent. I heard Trinidadian accent.
The one with the fellas walking across the street and into the cars?
Yeah,
it is my understanding that's not Trinidad and Tobago.
It's not Trinidad and Tobago? Okay.
Right.
Well, wherever it is, why is that happening?
Wait a minute. Okay, but let me ask you something. The recent video we saw where the guy jump over the counter and rob the guy
So Gary, that's the point. So all black people was jumping and going.
Did I say
that?
Did I say
that? The guy jumped over the fence. That happens. It happens. Let me ask you a question. Gary, I want to ask you a question. Do we paint all Indians as drug dealer because Joel Chetty was the biggest drug dealer in the history of Trinidad and Tobago? Do we paint all Indians as drug dealers?
And I'm
if Joel Chetty was the biggest drug dealer?
Joel Chetty was the biggest, but he wasn't the only.
Gary, you listen the point. Do I paint? I have never come here and paint anybody as anything.
Who am I painting?
I'm asking a question.
Some people, hello,
Gary,
some people
Gary,
don't have
Wait,
because
wait,
they
wait.
want
What
to
is
live
that?
a certain way, a lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want to live a certain lifestyle and blame other people for what they accomplish. It had, for example, yourself. You think if you was knocking from pillar to post, you think you would accomplish anything and your children be successful? It had not a damn thing to do
But
with race.
Gary, there's a
It had
whole lot
not a
of
damn
others
thing to
like
do with
me.
race. It
There is
had
more
not a
like
damn
me.
thing to do with race.
There's more like me than bandits.
Did I say that? What did I say? I said Eric William, you just criticized the country for and the PNM, right? You just criticized the PNM for taking advantage of Afro people. In the meantime, the majority of the jobs in the government and the public sector was people of Afro descent.
You
It's
see,
only
Gary, there you go again.
Oh.
Gary, there you go again.
Majority.
The
It's
police
Okay,
only
God.
department,
now the
Gary.
police force. It's only
Gary,
now the
the
police
police
force are
service.
Indian. Every government
Gary,
petrol
an
trade,
Indian
the
economist.
majority, the oil
Wait.
company,
One
Wasa,
more
the
time.
port, you name it, right? Every one of these government agencies there, but majority of Afro people that was running the show. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So it's Afro people that mistreated Afro people. Nobody else that treat them bad. It's their own people treat them bad. All right, and if they didn't accomplish something and they squander their wealth and the children didn't have nothing, was their fault. It had people work for less than them guys in the port, and today they have more. Why? The guys in the port made tons of money more than the people. When you working for $5 an hour, a man in the port working for 25. Okay, think about that. It had a lot of people sell doubles today, and they have 10 cars and 5 houses. Right? So think about that. Why some people don't do the same? But now you want to criticize and you want to go and rob people and jump in their house and kill their wife and kill their children, right? So deal with that. And why the majority of the robbers coming from one particular part of the country? Every time you turn around, it's one particular side of the country they're coming from.
We have a serious problem here. We have a serious problem. I appreciate the points that you're making, Gary, but I think that
you can't be knocking the 1% for what they accomplish, Anson.
No, that is a good point. But there are a lot of people in the 1% who have conspired with the government in corrupt contracts, and today, a generation later, they have all kinds of largesse and wealth. And there are a lot of people in the 1% who have come through the ranks step by step. You should not
Indian people wasn't part of the 1%. Indian people wasn't one of the benefactors and beneficiaries of that. Indian people was working the rice land and planting the garden.
You see?
He's here.
You still there?
What do you have done so long? Hello?
Yeah, you still there? Yeah, you here. You still there?
You hear me?
Yeah, we hearing you.
Hello?
Yeah, we hearing you.
You can hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we hearing you. Yeah. All right, keep going.
He's on.
You see, let me say this, sir. Growing up as a young man in Chumaka, Claventil, there were many people of your descent, Gary, who didn't want no parts of the police service. And the reason why they didn't want no parts of the police service is because their parents wanted them to be lawyers, doctors, and many other things. They didn't want no part of the police service. So parents of color in Trinidad, in order for them to get their kids a little job, they send them to join the regiment, the police, the fire service, and the Coast Guard. For years upon years, Indian people didn't want that for their kids. All right? So 20 years later, when the force is predominantly black, you want to tell me Indian people they leave out. They didn't want to be part of that. They didn't want to be no police officer. That was too low for them. But the black community decided, you know what? In order for us to keep our kids off the streets and to get a job, go and be a police officer. Go and be a Coast Guard. Go and be a regiment. Go and be a fireman. I, growing up in Trinidad, when I left Trinidad, I used to travel with the police service to go down south to sports. I used to travel with the fire service. I used to travel with the regiment. We hardly used to see any Indians in there. not because they were discriminated against and they were not allowed to get into there. They didn't want no parts of that.
Where you get your facts? Where you get your facts?
Ooh.
Where you get your facts?
You see, Indian people is a bunch of cowards. They will talk easy behind
Oh.
themselves with themselves, but they won't say nothing publicly. But you know how much Indian people complain that they couldn't get in the police force, including my father?
Oh.
Gary,
Mm.
So I got
go
you.
back
You see, you in
and
a
look
corner
at
in
this
Lavantil.
statistic.
You in a corner in Lavantil.
And Gary, an Indian economist
Another
said
Gary.
the same thing.
Look, Gary
You're
is
really
back.
making it up.
Hello,
Yeah,
I'm Gary.
Gary Aboud.
Aboud is back. We get friendly in the village here, Mr. Aboud. It's just friendly fire.
Go ahead, Gary.
This is good. This is good fun.
Gary Aboud, let me ask you a question. What is your understanding of the way certain police, regiment, fire service, and coast guard was make up for the early 70s and early 80s in Trinidad and Tobago? 60s, 70s, and 80s. What is your understanding?
Well, in the 70s, it was my understanding that Indians couldn't get in, that they applied and couldn't get in. And you might recall it was litigation. There's bias. The government, when the Indians were in power, there was the same bias. And that is part of the same problem of the first person that asked me those questions. That bias is wrong. And I often wonder, if I lived in a country with half Syrians and half Chinese, or half Syrians and half Portuguese, would I favor improportionately the Syrians over the Chinese? And I fear that I might, because it's a human weakness. That familiarity, I'm not blaming or cursing anybody, but we are in 2022. In 2022, this is no longer 1970. So we can't continue saying the same thing and questioning people. I work real hard. Tonight is my night off. And after I leave this program, I have to talk on another program. And tonight is my night off. And every night I start work at 9 o'clock and I finish at 1:30. I do it. I work internationally overseas. And then I wake up in the morning and go to work and work a full day and drink coffee during the day. And somebody want to question the success of the fact that I employ 150 people. I have a duty and responsibility to them before I have to myself. And anybody who you see who is successful, who don't have that philosophy, could never be successful unless something wrong with them. They're doing something that you don't know about. So when you just want to discount the success of a leader, I'm a leader in my little company. My people are like my relatives and my children. I have to be careful to protect them from all kind of thing. So you want to come now on a backbencher and want to criticize me? Sure. In the past 10 years ago, I lost everything. And in the past 10 years, I've worked my ass off. I have a team of professionals working with me. I have to take care of them, and I have to take care of the ones who they have to take care of. So don't come now and try to chastise success. Success is a thing that comes with hard work. I know the owner of Venco. I know him as a little boy. He's a genius. That boy is a genius. And he's not crooked. So what? You could tell me that because he's a genius and because he's successful, and he probably worth billions today. His father was an employee with Tony Sabga. The owner of Vemco father was an employee with Tony Sabga and struck out on his own and took a few agencies and was brilliant. So today, 75 years later, you could tell me that, no man, come on. Hard work is a critical component. When I was in university, I went through my first winter without winter shoes. I didn't have money. And all the Trinidadians, black, Chinese, Indian, white, everybody had winter boots. I have no shame in saying I couldn't afford winter boots. So that is the sacrifice that we have to teach to our children, because that is the future, not fight each other down, man, Gary. And if you're making these points, Anselm, you have to make it sensitively, because you're dealing with people's hearts and lives, and everybody in our country has faced the brunt of some kind of evil discrimination. Everybody. So we know, as the mature people, as the seniors, we have to say, but wait now. Come, let's break bread together. Let's say a prayer together. That's my I
But
totally
but
But
Gary, I hear you. But Gary,
if you get up on a talk show and you're criticizing people for their success and giving your children the impression that they rob you of something, and then your children take up a gun and go and start to rob them people because they believe that they rob them. What do you think is happening?
But
What
it's
do you think is
better,
happening? Because the
Gary.
talks you're having with your children that these people criticizing people for their success, giving your children the impression that they rob them of something. So they don't say no big deal. I could take up a gun and go rob them back. Right? That is what's happening. That's what's happening.
Gary, what is that? I don't understand that. What are you saying?
He's saying that it's dangerous to make comments because you are an influencer. So you have to accept that responsibility as an influencer. Be
But
very
Gary, I agree with that. But when I hear certain Gary, let me tell I it's Chumaka Club until I grew up in it.
right.
Walking barefoot was normal for me.
Normal.
Right? Chumaka Club until building one apartment, two-bedroom apartment with 5 of us and my single parent household. Me and asking, and I see people surrounded by me who didn't have, and we never complain about what we didn't have. My mother used to work 10 days. My mother was a water carrier in 10 days. And all my mother was interested in was how she could put food on our table, clothes on our back, and school books in our bag so we could go to school. She didn't worry about all the other things around them. And she never told us about this person is like that or that person is like that. I never knew nothing about racism until I came to the United States of America.
Right.
I never look at a person in Trinidad 18 years of my life as a white person, a black person, a pink person, an Indian person. I look at people as Trinidadians. It's not until I came to America I started to understand what racism was all about.
Right.
And that's what we just do in Trinidad. UNC, PNM, everything separated by race. Right? So if you have 5% black bad people in Lavantil, right? All the 95% of people in Lavantil bad.
Did I say
if
that?
you have 5% of gunmen on the beatum, all the people on the beatum is bad.
I didn't say that.
And you know what I say? Don't drop a bomb on the beatum. Why they don't drop a bomb on the beatum and kill all of them? Eh? People that say that on the radio, they don't say that because 5% of them bad. Any community you go in, there's a gunmen. Right? Gunmen in any community. You go into Brooklyn, it's a gunmen in Brooklyn. Right? You're going to white communities, it's a gunmen. No, Gary, I want to ask you this question. There's 14% black people in this country, right? And when you go on a highway, the police will be pulling over mostly black people. Eh?
Yeah.
So should we paint a broad brush and say all the police officers are bad? Should we say all the police officers are bad? So because 5% of the people in Trinidad, 5% of them going and robbing people, all the black people are bad. Right? They should drop bombs on them.
Any of us say that tonight?
They should drop bombs on all them police officers.
Let me ask you something else. Right? In the city of Newark, where we live close by here, 20 minutes, right? What race of people is hijacking the cars and committing the armed robberies? And you want to blame the police?
I want to blame the police. I don't understand that.
No, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying, Gary. What he's saying is that
I don't understand it.
What he's saying is that there's racial profiling that works against innocent people, and what kind of message you're sending to those decent people when they're targeted by the police based on their skin? That is a good question. I was once in a car with 3 Rastas of African descent and 1 Indian and myself, and we were coming back from a long journey, and they pulled us aside and they put guns in my head and put guns in everybody's neck and right in Toko. And I swear that if it was all white people or Syrian or Chinese or whatever, we would have just go through that roadblock like nothing. But they treat us real, real bad. I've never had that happen to me. And every time I come to a roadblock, I just wave my hand and say, hello, officer. And they say, yeah, go through. And I see all the people getting pulled aside is black people. So, and that's right here in Trinidad. So there's good merit in that whole question of racial profiling. And the flip side of that is that there's good merit in the fear that the police feel because a lot of the alleged criminals who doing these acts come in from a small 1% of the Afro community. It's not right to racially profile, but It's a difficult question to navigate. How do you navigate out of it? I mean, Anslim, I see your point.
Gary, let me give you a next point. The biggest car thief in Trinidad is an Indian. Should we blame all Indians as car thief in Trinidad and Tobago?
Who's the biggest car thief in India?
From Shogunas.
Yeah.
The biggest car thief in Trinidad, should we blame all Indians and say all Indians are car thieves?
No.
And that is my point. My point is that we shouldn't paint broad brushes against people. There is bad in every society.
Amen.
There are criminals in every society. Gary talks about Newark. Newark is predominantly black and there are predominantly white officers.
To spin this in a different angle. But
I'm not spinning nothing.
What I'm telling you is, right?
I'm not spinning anything.
Under Eric William, there was a lot of opportunities given to Afro-Trinidadians.
And it wasn't given to other people?
Why they don't have.
And it wasn't given to other people?
Accomplish nothing. There was no excuse why they didn't accomplish.
And Gary?
No, it wasn't given to other people in the same way that it was.
And Gary, all right. If black people are the bottom of the ladder, right? And they are given opportunities in this country.
Why are they at the bottom of the ladder in Trinidad and Tobago? Forget all the other country. Why are they
why, Gary? Why?
In Trinidad and Tobago?
Why? Because they're lazy. Because they're lazy, right?
They had the opportunity for government jobs and job security more than anybody else. Why?
I would not say they're lazy. I would
no. I'm asking a question. Gary, you know black people could have barely get any bank jobs in Trinidad and Tobago at one point in time?
Bank jobs? Let me tell you something. You see them jobs in
I couldn't get a bank job in 77.
Hello, the bank job is penny job compared to Petrochin, compared to working in Wasanti and Tech. Okay, that's penny job.
What?
No, he's answering.
Okay, compared to the rate of pay, you were getting on a TNTech job, a Wasa job, or working in Petrochin is pennies compared. That bank job was nothing.
But you see, guys, you missed the whole point. You went in front of the wharf and you missed the whole ocean.
No, you missed the whole point.
Anyway.
Diana,
yeah.
Diana, this has been the best program I have been on in 20 years because both sides are making good points. I totally accept and endorse the points made on both opposing sides of Gary and Anslim. And I want to say that it's very difficult to measure the sociological or psychological impact of the colonial discrimination that we have come through. And that is what I was alluding to earlier when I was trying to respond to what Gary was saying, that why certain people, having had the privilege of government jobs with big back pay in the Eric Williams era, where a man working on the port will get 100,000 back pay, and instead of investing it in a shop, he would invest it and buy a brand new super saloon. There are deep sociological and psychological impacts of the colonial discrimination that occurred, especially prior to 1970, where citizens had to fight and lose their lives. But the flip side of that is that what Anslim is saying is that we should not discriminate against any group. And I buy into that in a broader sense. We should not.
We all feel the same way here. We all feel the same way.
That's right.
Yes. We shouldn't discriminate against blacks, Indians, Chinese, against the 1%, against women who are discriminated more than anybody else and targeted more than anybody else. It's women who are targeted. All the crimes of violence is attacks against women. And I don't see no national riot or no national group of all ethnicities coming out and fighting for women. That the fact that they're paid less in jobs of equal capacity, they're not considered for promotions, they're brighter than men, but yet they have more women in university than men, but yet at the helms of business and the helms of all of the senior positions, the government women are second pass, and the man with a handsome big chest gets pointed. So I accept what Anslim is saying, but we have to, as leaders now, we have to think about it carefully and not argue with each other. We have to come together, and instead of raising our voice and shock at each other, we have to say, hold on, and make our points clear. because we're running out of time, Gary. We're running out of time. We're in 2022. And we have to stop this shit now.
But we can't be blaming the PNM for certain things that they're not responsible to. Anyway, before you, I know we're coming close to the
Top of the hour.
I just wanted, before you go, I want to get something clarified with reference to the response from the Coast Guard in our emergency situation, what's available, and what should be done for
So Gary, hold that thought real quick. I know Gary got to run too as well. Let's go for a quick station identification. I'll give Gary like 2 more minutes because he has to run. Gary Aboud, I'm talking about. He has to run. And we always appreciate him taking time. So Gary Aboud, give us 1 more minute.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Okay, we are back with you. Gary, go ahead. Ask Gary Aboud the question. Gary.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hearing you.
But Gary, like he's tied up.
Okay.
But Mr. Aboud, when I listen to my fellow Trinbagonians, they go at each other. And I have to put the Bajan perspective in there because I have the dual citizenship. I lived in both countries, and right, and I hear Anselm's plea about the Afro-Trinbagonian being at the bottom of the barrel, and I was there too. But what happened to me was like I said, I benefited from intergenerational wealth created from ancestors that look like you, and I took advantage of that when it became available to me, like it was a piece of land, and I planted it up. And and I built myself. Because my African papi ain't mind me. So I could have said, well, you know what? Hey, I ain't doing that. I ain't, and I ain't putting my hand in no dirt, and I ain't going and selling no market. I sold in the market in Barbados. I had a stall, a parlor, if you want to call it, where Eros Cinema was back in the day, out front Eros Cinema. And when they had a bad flick, you know what I mean by a bad flick, people line up around the corner to go and see this movie. I used to make a killing selling stuff, right? And it was no shame in my game. I found a hustle, a decent hustle. I needed money. I wasn't going to go and rob nowhere. I wasn't going to go and do the wrong things to get what I wanted. I had no papi. I didn't know who my father was to ask for no help. My mother had problems with her other children and her husband. What was I supposed to do? And I'm an African girl coming out of St. Augustine girl with enough passes. And I had nobody to help me get no work nowhere. And everywhere I applied, they look at me with my black skin and my Bajan tie-up accent in Trinidad. And they want to know, well, why coming in here looking for a job for? And I met that discrimination and racism in Trinidad. I met it. I couldn't get that job in Scotiabank because of the shade of my skin. But I could do the math in my head. I didn't need a paper. So I said, wait now. So I did other things. I said, you know what? I gonna make it by all costs. I ain't gonna rob nobody. I ain't going to Murray Street and stop and sell nothing. I made in my mind I'm going to do something with myself. So I don't know if it's personal conviction, if it's Jehovah was working for me and pointing me in the right direction. Sure. I don't know why young people think you must go to crime in order to acquire things in life. And I had no help from no one but myself and God. When I tell people that, I sold sugar cake at football games at UE. I sell lemonade out of one of those buckets at UE. The ice man would credit me ice and my godmother paid for the ice. I chip it up small and I go on with my bucket and I selling lemonade. I did all those things because I had no papi to support me.
Right. But that is exactly the type of story and the type of message that we need to be able to pass on as a mantra to all the young people today. My friend Damian Jones joined Scotiabank 16 years ago. When I met him, I told him, I say, watch now. I say, you're going to lead this bank, you know. He's as Afro-Trini as you could get, Damian Jones. Last week, he got appointed to lead Scotiabank Western Canada Division. Everything from the center to the West Coast. He's the head man. So the world is changing, but the scars of the past take time to heal. And only if we are conscious and aware, and if we could share those kinds of stories and share what Anselm is saying about Trumakak and the difficulties of Upon the Hill, and also share what Gary is saying about the critical importance of saving, of sacrifice, of investing. I have members of my team working with me, earning $5,000 a month and tell me they want to buy a new car. I tell them, but is a car going to bring you a return on investment?
Mm-hmm.
Open a shop instead. Why not do a training program? So tool up your skills to do something. Invest in something that's going to give you a return rather than invest in something that's going to make you comfortable. You're only 23 years old. You have time before you can enjoy those pleasures. So that is the type of thing. But Diana, your story, when you say it, you see, it's solid. It's solid. And Anselm as well. Anselm came to the grind, and I'm sure he's very successful today. So we have to share that with young people and make it a mantra. Anselm?
Gary, listener, I think what's important is that these are discussions we need to have in Trinidad and Tobago, and here's why, right? I sat as a vice chairman on a committee in Maplewood, South Orange. Maplewood, South Orange is a predominantly white community. And I sit as vice chairman of that community, and we call it the Community Coalition on Race. And we had to sit around the table and discuss the difficult, tough issues. Because things were happening in the community that wouldn't bode good for the community in the future, right? For example, what was happening is that they were steering black people into certain sections of that community. Like the community is called Maplewood, and certain people changed the name of the community, certain parts of the community, Maplewood. So in Maplewood, the realtors used to steer only black people who were looking for houses into that part of the community. Doesn't mean to say they couldn't afford another section of the community, right? But that's what they did, and we changed that, right? We get up front, we did something about, and we changed it, and we have to do the same thing in Trinidad. We all have to come together, sit around the table, and discuss these tough issues. But year after year after year, we'll continue to put a plaster on a sore and expect things to change, right? And if the politicians are the main ones who are doing it, the politicians are starting it, right? And the followers just following along with what the politicians are doing. But Gary, I don't want to keep you any longer. It's always a pleasure when you join us in the village. We definitely have to bring you back so we can have this.
You all really touched my heart tonight. You really touched my heart. You stimulated my mind. My wife listened to me, and she listened to everything. This has been an extremely interesting.
Yeah, I was telling she that's handsome. That one is handsome. I was telling she that.
But I have some concerns. I want some concerns that like I said, with the level of response.
Gary, he has the floor, you know.
No, I'm letting him go. I'm not holding him. I'm just telling him before he goes what I have in mind. So the next time you come back, this is what we're interested in talking about: is that the level of response, the equipment available between the Coast Guard and our people, for the fishermen, the distress call in the sea. We don't see things improving, and this is something that I'm very concerned about. So with that, I will say good night and see you next time.
And Gary, I want to say to you, Gary, I thank you. We thank you here, really and truly, for coming in and involving yourself in these kind of discussions, because there are people who might be of your status, right, may want to avoid these kind of discussions and say, you know what, I don't want to deal with that, man. You know what I mean? But you come in here and you actually take part, and we appreciate that from you.
And I appreciate the fact that you also take I think we should have a program strictly to talk about race relations. That should be a topic that should be the most burning topic, because that is probably the essence of what's keeping us splintered and disunited.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Gary, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sit on with Gary and Diana and Tommy. And I think that would be a good idea for us to have that kind of program. I think that would be something I'll take under consideration. I really think I do.
Diana, your story is inspirational. That story.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ice and you sell this and you sell that and you hustle and you come through and Scotiabank wouldn't take you on and you make, oh, that is a beautiful story. That should be part of a video education that should be shown in every school.
Ansem, should put up my thing, Ansem. You can put me up.
Hold on. No, yes. Hold on. Hold a minute. Just a minute, Gary. 1 minute.
1 minute. No, 1 moment. I wrote my life story, Gary Aboud. Is he there? This is my life story, per ardua ad astra. It's my motto from St. Augustine Girls High School, through difficulty to success, the life story of one West Indian girl. And I just got selected for a program to do screenplay writing. So I want to do the screenplay for it, to turn it into a movie. I'm trying to make it generic to all girls that suffered.
That book, I would like to read it.
Amazon, it's on Amazon.
But I can't see it clearly, so send me a picture.
Definitely.
Yes, you can send it to him. So Gary, we want to thank you so much, man. Any closing words before you go? But Gary, you're going up in the cow pens in the savannah? You're going up in the cow pens? Gary.
That's part of the problem.
Jump and wine, bump and wine.
Imagine we have a national festival. Eating against 55% of the population. They say, oh, you can't come in here because you're getting injection. So we teaching people discrimination, not unity.
Correct is right. So Gary, any closing words before you go?
God bless. Be careful. Keep God in your heart. Always think of what is the right thing. Count to 10 and stay well and love each other. That's more important than anything else. Love each other.
Gary, thank you so much, man. Take care. All the best.
Thank you, Gary.
Right. What happened, neighbor? Hold on. Gary drop out?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Mahabir?
Yeah.
Tommy! Oh, Tommy.
No, Tommy, that's Gary.
Tommy, what's going on?
I not Tommy, that's Gary.
Oh, sorry.
All right, let me read some comments from in the chat earlier. Good. It's a real comments in the chat, boy. Real comments. The chat gone. All right, let me see. Troy Smith, Sharon Bernard, welcome. Good night. Troy Smith, good night.
Comments in the chat. That's when there.
Good night. Joan Jarubia, good night. Chris says, good night, Ansem. God blessings to you and your family. Blessings for a good program. Thank you. Lana says, question all them party crowd. No social distancing, no mask. Tell me why we still have to wear masks and social distance in banks, supermarket, government offices, etc. Lana, full 100, yes?
If you want to get rid of COVID from your country, have a taste of carnival.
Yeah.
And COVID will run from your country.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Gary, you stop with that. With that plug.
They're going rampant at rampant. They was rabid at the Voice concert, boy. Albert Montano, good evening. Lana says, after watching all them carnival party, I don't have to wear a mask and social distance anymore.
So what happened to the limit? What happened to the 10 limit of 10 people together? What happened to that?
No, there was still a limit.
A limit of 10 where?
Associate together.
Where? Where you see that in the crowd out there? Maybe a 10 by 10 by 10.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 to the power of 10.
You could associate together in groups of 10.
Maybe it's the 10 to the power of the 10. Maybe we misunderstood.
Yeah. Albert Montano says, Chogna's talking about the PNM party. Ulrich! Good night, boy. Ulrich like a Levy, boy. Chris, what's when I play this song? What is that? Ataclan, Naked Walk. I don't look for that one, Chris. I will look for it.
But that might have copyright.
You want to look for it? You can look for it.
Wasn't it Ataclan?
Ataklan. Ataclan. Naked walk. Nadia says,
I sent you something on. It was a TikTok video somebody sent to me. With the Russians making ground in Venezuela, there preparing for the U.S. In fact, there was a recent meeting with Maduro and Putin about a week ago.
No, that video is 3 years old.
That video is 3 years old.
Yes.
3 years old?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
that video is 3 years old. Yeah. That video is 3 years old. And that's what I will advise people to is that when you all get them videos and them, look for these dates on those videos, because a lot of those videos are old videos. And also, when they send you a video, not everything. Sometimes people.
But what I'm saying, I understand that. But what I'm saying to you, the build up isn't the Russians still building up over in Venezuela? Are they not building up their force?
But that video you sent is 3 years old. We don't know.
Yeah, I understand that. But the point I'm making here
we
is
don't,
that
Gary, you can't go with propaganda. We don't know.
No, that is not. I'm asking a question.
Right, so I'm answering you. We don't know.
That the possibility of them coming to that close because they're looking to get close to the US so they can launch from there. They also I think that's why they fall out with Grenada. I guess the Grenada invasion took place basically, right? Because they didn't want the Soviet to build up in the Caribbean because they already had Cuba.
Was Cuba?
Yeah, we had Cuba, but remember the reason they used the justification they used to go in to Grenada was Grenada had became a threat.
But what it was is that Cuba was building an airport in Grenada, and the government of the United States felt that its citizens were unsafe, and they used that to go in Grenada to say they were going to extradite their people from Grenada, and they had to come under the premise that Cuba was trying to put ammunitions in Grenada, and America didn't want that to happen, so they went on this premise. It's just like weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
But let me tell you something. When I visited Grenada, right, I got to find out where the first airport was located. It's like you had the first airport was located in let's say Toko. So everybody had to come from every part of the country and go to Toko, right? To go there to the airport. And that is why they helped Grenada build this airport, the southern part, where, more accessible to most of this is what was explained to me by a tour guide. And I passed where the old
airport. Great idea.
Yeah. The southern part. Well, I passed with the old airport. I said, my God, we ain't get there yet. And on the island of Grenada was a long drive. I said, but what time will you start to leave to go to this to get there? Up in the bush but so they moved it and they put it at the southern tip of the island. So I don't see what the threat was.
The threat was certain type of aircraft can land there, like those jet fighters and bigger jets.
So hello, why build an
and
airport
refuel and get back
and
up?
don't build it for the future. Don't make no sense.
So but, that is what the justification they use, and the build up of the Soviet force in Grenada. That's the justification.
So let me get through some of these. Let me get through some of these things in the chat here. Nadia says, "Answer, I tell you, Gary thief all the bad boy." Nadia, how you do that? Hey,
what did she say? I didn't hear what she.
Albert Montano says, "Lana, when Grayson was principal of Mount Hope Secondary, everything worked." What year was that?
1977, 78, 1972, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lions Love says, "What a failure the PNM government is to be the people of Trinidad as they serve the interests of the 1% only." Facts.
Name Mount Hopeless.
Yeah. What? Nana says, "Human life means nothing to these wicked, evil politicians." Correct is right. Full 100. Hailey says, "Hey, Hailey, I'm going partner." Wait, you haven't been around a while, boy. What happened? Like your phone frozen out. Like they throw some kind of free zone or something on your phone. Or you say you're using a laptop. Oh, all right. Somebody key sticking. Sorry. Ali says Maduro said Trinidad is hell itself. Maybe he was right, huh? Hailey says again, when you work and support these wicked demons and their business, don't expect anything from them because you know who you're dealing with. Richard Ramloop says, Lana Buru, the Coast Guard don't have fuel for the boat and no oxygen in these tanks. They have to save it for emergencies. And only they were on duty playing cards and drinking, making a cook. Ramloop, how you know that? Hey, David Annie, welcome. David Annie coming, that Davidson Annie, excuse me. It's a new person into the village and they're coming with us troops.
Oh Lord.
I know what that means.
Okay, Stoops back.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what that means. Eileen says, Anson, you think the Coast Guard is a backup? You're really saying that? What do you mean if it's a backup? Yeah, there's a back. Well, yeah, because if something happened immediately, right, in Paria fuel, they have to be able to do that right on the spot. The Coast Guard not sitting there waiting for something to happen. The Coast Guard may have to come 10, 15 minutes away. 10, 15 minutes away is a long time. So Paria fuel is supposed to have emergency things in place to take care of that. Richard Ramloop, the number is 973-868-1444. 973-868-1444. The number is on the screen. It's kind of small, but it's on the screen. I will make it bigger sometime soon. Don't worry. Folks, if you want to send your voice note to, you can send a voice note as well. Lana says, if you listen to Inside Workers from Paria, you will see that Paria is at fault 100%. Okay. Hailey says, the workers know the job is unsafe. Why they working under them conditions? Everybody has blame to get. Risking their lives. Don't care for employees. Nadia says, Diana Benskin, my daughter have one like that, but her own is a big one. But I know it have one that remains small.
Yeah, that's mine. The Jack Russell Terrier. They remain small.
Okay.
He doesn't get no bigger, taller than a cat.
Yeah. Lana say, Anselm, donkey does work hard. That may even donkey. Okay, Lana. Well, here we answer that. Gary answered that question for you. Nadia says, Lana, my true grandfather used to carry us for drive with the donkey cart girl. My grandmother had a donkey cart up in Snake Valley, and she used to take that donkey cart from all the way up Laventille all the way to town. Right? Richard Ramib says, Paria will not be responsible. They will say the divers should have all had safety procedures in place. Richard Ramib said, Lana, what about the oil silk, which is leaking on Paria, not fixing it? And leaking was present before Petrotrain closed down. Lana says, Laventille get pan and swimming pool. What about the school in Laventille, Ansam? Which school is that, Lana? Lions Love says, African people, stop inviting these people on our problem. We must deal with reality ourselves.
Right.
Hailey says, both parties go in office to thief the country. Neither party knows anything about government. All right. I don't know about that. Fish, it's called Ben's sickness. This is Richard Ramroot. It's called Ben's sickness, where diver gets on. As far as I know, there is no decompression chamber in Trinidad to help them. So either way, these men are deaf, boy. Okay. Nizam Mohammed says, power, Diana, power.
That's what they're fighting for.
Yeah. Lions Love says, time to stop being so distracted, Mr. Wall Street. Let's talk about reparations for African people and stop wasting our time.
Word.
Hailey said, the USA will buy Ukraine eventually after all the smoky mirrors clear. Takisha says, it's the same thing I say. There's a special place in here for them. Hailey says, nothing is really going on in Ukraine. Plenty selective news being shown. We don't even know if it's Ukraine we're watching. Highly full 100. When you watch CNN and MSNBC, them just only give you one set of biased news. It don't be a real news.
So what? Euro News and BBC.
Yeah, Diana love Wall Street, Gigi. What is that one with
Nah?
Ramuk? I know what Richard Ramuk talking about now. Look at on the screen there. You see
Right?
it?
Daddy want. You probably need enough figs.
Yeah. Richard Ramuk gonna pick some figure. Gonna pick some sicky. Indra Ali Sega, real talk with Spired Ali. All right. Lions up say women must rule the world again as they used thousands of years ago.
Word. Because what is going on? The men are trying to show who cojones is bigger than whose cojones. That's what's going on. And just like little boys in the playground, their egos get hurt. Oh, my cojones is bigger than you. Don't touch my marbles. That's my marble. No. Women, no, move the damn marble and let's go. Let's move right along. You know? But everybody the fighting to show who's bigger than who. That's what's going on. And Putin pouting like some little 5-year-old. I never liked him.
Chani Mohid seems like someone new. Ray Stout, welcome. Ray Stout said, which side are some fighting for, Ukraine or Russia?
Chumakak,
correct is right. Nizam Mohammed said, I wonder if these 4 men was getting big money to do that work. Ray Stout says, even people and some and crew. All right. Eugene says, why Gary always on race? Fishstick says, I say if UNC making Indian rich, then we shouldn't blame UNC for not making African rich. Just my opinion. The PNM should do it too. Let me read that again. I say if UNC making Indians rich, then we shouldn't blame UNC for not making African rich. Just my opinion. The PNM should do too. No. You see, Fishstick, if that happens, right, all of a sudden, right, they will ask the question, why is the PNM? Listen, let me say this. Let me say this. And I speak in real. I have no problem if Mrs. Kamala Prasad is in power and she decides to empower her people. I have no problems with that.
But Handsome, I got a problem with that. If she's in power, she needs to empower all Trinbagonians.
Diana, that is the way it should be. That's not the way it happens.
Well, I telling you.
When the Democrats in power, you think the Democrats doesn't empower Republicans?
It doesn't empower America.
Republicans in power. You think the Republicans doesn't empower Democrats? It's the same thing, you know. There's no difference.
This politics thing, I'm tired of it. I'm fed up.
But it's the same exact thing. When Republicans are in power, it's only rich people that get richer.
But I have voted Republican already.
But no, that's not the point. The point is that when they empower their own. That's politics. That's the way it is.
And that is destroying. That is destroying humanity.
No, that's not destroying humanity.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
How come America hasn't been destroyed? America hasn't been destroyed?
Like I said, it's destroying. It's destroying. I ain't saying it's destroyed. It is destroying humanity.
Also.
And Slim, look, what? When you have who we had before Biden? Who did we have in there before Biden?
Donald Trump.
All right. I rest my case.
And Bush was before him. When the Republicans are in power, they empower rich people.
But you have to empower Americans.
Wait. You hear what the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago said?
What did he say?
He said he have no problems empowering the rich. He have no problems with the rich getting richer so they can empower the poor. He said that. Think about that.
Ray Stout says, well, who cares who enslaved who? Why can't we all just get along? We're from an island, a multicultural island. Ray, you can't overlook the African Holocaust because we are still seeing remnants of it and the colonial masters nonsense. You cannot overlook that African Holocaust because it really did a thing on the African race. It really it set a psychological warfare on us. Economical warfare on us. It did everything. When you had people who went to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and opened those black people and opened up their own town, own bank, own school.
Black
They
Wall
went in
Street.
and
Black Wall Street.
they went in there and they destroyed them. So you can't say who cares who
Black
from
Wall
who.
Street.
No, because watch it. Watch Ray. If we were allowed to progress side by side, had equity, not equality, but more equity, with instead of being enslaved, we probably would have been along a farther ahead. But that slavery holocaust did a whole lot. It did a lot, I'm telling you. Did a lot to the African race.
Diana, I want people to Google opportunity zones in the United States of America. Google opportunity zones. The things they have to do in these urban communities for year of neglect, year after year after year of neglect. Google opportunity zones. And you will see the things the government are trying to do, right, to empower and improve those urban communities here in the United States of America. Trinidad and Tobago need opportunity zones, right? And the first place they need to start is a place like Lavantil, right? How to empower them people and make those communities better. The government has to do that. The government has to do that. That's where it starts. Not a handout. Nobody looking for no handouts. Then people here in East Orange and Orange and Newark. Look at Newark. Newark has come from the gutter, the basement. Look at Newark now.
Once upon a time, I would not go through. I would not go through Newark. What do you mean? I'm mixing up American history with Trinidad. Highly. When I hear in America and they see me, they see a black woman before I open my mouth, and I'm treated as such. Before I open my mouth, and they get a incline that I'm Jamaican because that's all they think. Or from the time you open your mouth, you have an accent, you're Jamaican, eh? So before I open my mouth, and they think I'm Jamaican, they'll see a black woman. So I'm treated as such. When the police pull me over as a black woman behind the wheel, they don't see, well, maybe she's Trinbagonian, maybe she's Bajan. So I am not mixing up American history with Trinidad, because wherever one black person suffered, the whole race suffered.
Sophistic says, Wall Street, up to now, those service is on race. I have an aunt working prison and she tell us not to go there because they treat the Indian officers bad.
And there might be some facts to that, because there's a job I had in law enforcement, and because I was female Caribbean, I was treated badly. Yeah, that's some fact. The higher ups, the lieutenants and stuff, not my peers, and then the ones that had a stripe over me, because I deal with them on my own. But I can't tell a lieutenant the way I feel, or I can't tell a sergeant the way I feel. Yeah, they deal with you differently. You see the ism I'm talking about? It exists. The glass ceiling.
Rose says the Indians did not want their children to join the police service. They used to say they will have to swear to arrest their own mother, and they did not agree with that. So that was the main reason.
Yeah, I heard that.
Lana says we need to walk away from mental slavery and emancipate one's mind. Horace Thorne says, Horace, welcome. Moving away, getting educated, don't seem too held with speaking better. Why? Seems we boast about speaking badly, just saying. I ain't get that now, Eric. I ain't get that now, Horace. You mean Trinidadians, with our culture of the way we speak, is speaking badly. Nah, I think we have one of the most beautiful dialect in the world, man.
It was said so. An article was done on that.
Yeah, we have one of the most beautiful dialect. When we talk, they say we just sing. Is that people trying to talk like Trinidadians?
Let me tell you
And we have
something.
to,
I had a very good life growing up in Trinidad with very good food, very healthy food. I have no regrets that. So I don't care what nobody say about my country. For me, that's the best place I ever been.
I love my accent too, but that's why I've kept most of my accent for all them
I
years.
love my Bajan Trini accent too.
Yeah, Kapiza says, answer, you have evidence of that. Kapiza, what evidence you're talking about? Raystel says that black people are the bottom of the ladder because they choose to be that way. Raystel, you know, my mother chose for us to live in Lavantilla, right? And you know why she chose that? Because I was she could afford for her 5 kids. You know, sometimes you do choose. You choose what you can afford. You know, some people choose to buy a used car. Some people choose to buy a new car. Some people choose to lease a car. Right? You have many different choices. Right? I don't think somebody choose to be at the bottom of the ladder.
Nope.
I don't think you choose to be poor.
But you're leaving out that part. Your mother chose to live in Avantil, right? But she didn't choose to stay there. She chose to move up her life and her children, and she made an effort. Even if she had to get out of the country, she made some effort to do something about something.
Gary, nothing wrong if they choose to stay there. They could elevate themselves there.
I'm just saying, she did whatever. This is the road she took, right? She took this road. But what I'm against in the country is a man selling nuts or he's selling chow and he's trying to build himself, and you send the police to attack him and topple him and take what he have. All right? This is somebody making an effort. This man is not pulling a gun and robbing somebody, and you attacking him. Why don't you waste the resources on the man who robbing and causing crime than attacking the person who's trying to make a living? These are the things we have to address.
But Gary, can that also lead to frustration too? In that I'm trying to make an honest living, and you trying to take away my honest living.
Obviously. But what I'm saying to you, the point, this is the things we have to call them out on. I'm not saying to allow the man to stand in Miller Street and block traffic and cause chaos. But at the same time, for you to send the police to take away their goods, throw down their goods, mash up their goods, whatever it is, and not provide a way or a place for them to peddle their groceries or whatever it is they're trying to sell. These are the things, you have to put in place. You just can't say, well, okay, they can't sell there. Send the police to ransack them and take everything and throw it away or take their goods. We've been dealing with this thing too long. This is nothing new. So we should have some kind of structure in place. We should have a plan of action. It's the same thing with the oil rigs and the stuff that we have outside there. In this stage of the game, we don't have the equipment in place to respond to a disaster that's taking place with some guys welding. Where is the mini subs? Where is the people trained to respond? Why is the Coast Guard not prepared to respond? There's nothing new that we're dealing with. Why we not making, you see millions and billions being spent on national security and you don't see the things in place.
That your partner.
Well, my partner wasn't there all the time. At least my partner communicates with me. The other guy feel he was some king that didn't have to talk to me.
But your partner say it is not his responsibility to keep the people in the country safe.
We have to deal with my partner and we will confront him on it, But the thing about in spite of all his bad habits, he has the decency to communicate.
But so it's best you don't say nothing, because if you're gonna open your mouth and denounce your primary function as Minister of National Security, then you might as well keep your mouth shut. Because how you can open your mouth and say it's not your job to keep the people safe? How you could say that?
Fishstick says, Ray coming up. Fishstick says, Ray coming up for the election. The show will be entertaining, boy. We might see Anthem mashing up UNC for his PNM party to win again. I mash up nobody in the last local election going there in Debe, right? I mash up nobody.
Because you probably knew what monkey know what tree to climb. You know it was futile. You know it was futile in that area.
Point going through already.
So when you get beat by the pet party, well, you know, huh? And according to some people, the writing is on the wall. The writing is on the wall. In my heart, the people that are suffering now under this regime, I want to call them, the people are not going to put them back there. Nah, I don't believe so. But they're looking for a strong alternative, eh?
Correct.
They're looking for a strong alternative. And if a dark horse comes in the race, trust me, Pete, they're gonna see the back. You're gonna see the back of PNM's head everywhere as they walk out the parliament, and they're not gonna go back in there. They're not gonna go back in there no time soon.
They might change one P for another P. They might change.
Okay.
They just might change. They might change the P for another P. Large B inside. Good night.
You see little Tobago teach all your lessons, huh? Tobago had enough. That's it. We're not doing this no more. The relationship with you has become toxic and unfulfilling. So we are severing ties with you. Rock, like the Trimbagonian, the young Trimbagonian say, rock so.
So Hailey says Trinidad and the Caribbean people are called Creole, not African.
So what difference it make?
No. What? Hailey, send me the link now. Send me the Google link now that shows that. Send me the Google link.
Is that what they're trying to say? They're French?
Because I was just about to say that. You usually find that.
That's why I want to know. What is Creole? Let me Google what is Creole.
You usually find that reference in places like Louisiana.
What is Creole?
Well, as far as I know, Creole is a form of broken French called patois.
Yeah. So here's what it says. Creole people, ethnic group. Creole people are ethnic groups which originated during the colonial era from the racial mixing mainly involving West African as some other people born in colonies such as French, Spanish, and indigenous American people. This process is known as creolization. What, anybody? Where you get that from, brother? What? You just making up stuff, boy. Nah.
No, there's a person of mixed European and Black descent, especially in the Caribbean, a mother tongue formed from the contact of two languages through an earlier pidgin stage. Mixed European and Black. Mixed European and Black descent. Mixed is the operative word there.
Yeah. No.
Mixed.
No. Not highly, but
mixed. No, mixed is the operative word there.
Yeah.
All right, so we all mixed with something. We are some kind of pilau. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, but
at what stage are we going to come together and realize that all of us basically dealing with the same situation, whether we go to the hospital or the school system or you're traveling or whatever it is in the country, all the resources, you're fishing out there and there's no Coast Guard to respond to you, find yourself in distress. You're welding in the bottom of the ocean and there's no help coming if you run into distress. All right? I mean, come on, you name it. Are you happy with the situation there? What are you going to do? What somebody race has anything to do with the level of service they're providing? Are you going to try to change the way things run? I mean, what are we trying to do? You think it makes a difference if a man is an Indian or African or any or Chinese or anything, that he's going to do anything better? The race has nothing to do with it. None of damn thing to do with it. And Roger said one good thing when he was here. He said, not because a man looks like you is for you.
But look, if you gain licks with a belt and you gain licks with licks with a belt from PNA, you gain licks with a bamboo from UNC, you still licks you're getting? No. I don't know, you know.
But we fail. Look. I mean, these guys who are there who were trying to do a little protest and try to make a point and position, what kind of support they get? You talk carnival, and look what happened. Look at the amount of people come out. Man having their own carnival fete in the village wherever they are. You could charge and organize what you want to do, Mr. Prime Minister. We do our own thing. Right? But look at the support. You talk fete and party, look what they're doing. But to come out and fight for something for the better benefit the country, no participation. It's like that's all your problem alone. You know. It's to benefit me alone. So I must sacrifice my life while you sit and watch and reap the benefits. Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your support? We got no room for spectators. It's either you're in the fight or you're out of the fight. And you cannot till the ground and reap the benefits. That can't happen. All right?
Yeah, we have one citizen living in Ukraine looking to come on.
Boy. You find a Trini anywhere?
Well, we have a national from Ukraine living in Trinidad, married to a Trinidadian. I just recently was reminded of it. I found out today that one of our stranded citizens who I helped to get home is out in that region out there in Europe, and so we have some concerns. Our people is all over the world. But what is in place to respond to them in distress? Again, I'm just wondering, did we learn anything from how we handled the lockdown and the lockout and people stranded in foreign countries? Did we put anything in place yet? Did we upgrade our ability to do anything? Do we intend to put anything in place to respond to our citizens in various parts of the world? What's in place? Whether it's PNM, UNC, or ABC, or PDP. I mean, what are we putting in place?
Yeah. Caris, good night. Victor Newman, good night.
Well, I see Farley do something down there about pay the people from CPEP.
We paying them?
Yeah, pay them.
The man is a transformational leader. As a matter of fact, we had that, we had that.
Yeah, I saw the other day.
Yeah.
So I saw he's doing some things that he's stepping up. And we want to know what people in Trinidad is going to be doing. Are we going to put things in place? Or are we just going to continue with old talk? And play who better than who? And cast blame. I want to see some things in place. That's what I am. And as much as you try to share ideas with these various ministers, they show no interest. Show no interest at all.
Yeah, Victor Newman said something that Gary Aboud said. The Coast Guard rushed down Pointe-à-Pierre to help assist some divers stuck in an oil pipe with a $50 million vessel, but they don't have diving gears worth $50,000.
Oh, so they went down?
Yeah, they went down. But they didn't have no diving gears, and they were 4 hours late. That's why I tell them,
4 hours late. And well, maybe they had to find their clothes, and then they had to put on their pants, and maybe their shoes wasn't polished.
Oh God!
But this is how we running things. This is how we running things. And we continue to lose the lives of our family. But the minute that I have a fete, we more dare them to stand up for anything, right? Because the people out there fetting have nothing to worry about. Country good. Not a damn thing to worry about, right? Call a fed, they're right there. But
Yeah.
you call a meeting to make a decision and have a little discussion or to benefit and improve the level of services. You don't get support.
Nope.
All right. So I think the best way to start any kind of protest is to have a carnival style protest.
A taste of carnival.
Yeah, you have to have a taste of carnival protest. Get some old iron, get some steel band, and that's how we had a protest because we're doing it the wrong way. We had a carnival protest. Then
Anne-Marie George joined us in the village. I think Anne-Marie George is the first time. Good night to you, Anne-Marie George. Welcome.
Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Khadijah said he just become a Republican.
He just become a Republican. Okay, good for him.
No, he always pushing Trump in 2024. Yeah, Trump in 2024 in jail.
Yeah, Bonnie, I took my medicine. You always should be lucky I take it. You know what me find take it is trouble, yes.
Oh God.
It's still raining in Aruka.
And nobody's catching that water for a rainy day.
Well, when I was growing up, we put spouting. We take galvanized and make spouting, but we didn't have no spouting. And collect the water off the galvanized and stick it down in a barrel, right? And collect water.
I say black is American.
Black is a what?
American.
I didn't get that. Black is a what?
American.
And they're not no African. Lord. Father, rest our hand, eh?
Kapisa say, and some guys dotish talk. I know you was talking about. Eugene Jr., welcome. Eugene said racism was there before we were born and will be there after we are gone. Hailey says, Diana, my mother told me no one can judge me, only my creator can.
Listen to me. I don't care who like me and who want to like me. I got to go out there and make a living, right? So I encourage everybody to do everything in the best interest of themselves and their family. Okay? If you have to go and sell doubles, but you keep your family together and you support your family, you don't neglect your family. You don't go start. For instance, if I get paid on Friday, I in the rum shop, drinking on most of the salary, and then go and give the wife what part? A half of it.
But Gary, a lot of people just give the money. For example, I know for a fact, a lot of my friends, their family, they used to work, the fathers used to work on the wharf. And when Friday come, they do go to the rum shop. But you know what used to happen? The son or the daughter used to come and collect the portion for the household.
Yeah, take a little something inside and they send the money
home.
home.
Give it to them, and then them fellas go in the rum shop and deal with whatever them have to deal with in the rum shop.
Yeah.
But the portion for the family was already given.
Yeah.
For them to go and buy the groceries and them to go in the market, that portion is already taken
because
care
if he get drunk and somebody take it away from him or
correct
end up
is
spending
right.
more than he's supposed to.
Right. So with that in mind, this is what Haley asked me. Haley asked me this. And Sam, before your mother chose to have 5 kids, what happened? I don't know.
Oh Lord.
I don't know what happened.
But let me tell you something. I came out of school and they decide, let me give you a little joke. They decided they want to break me in because I'm in the construction field. I just came out of high school and the construction field. I'm working on St. Mandolin, Pleasantville number 2 housing development. And they want to break me into drink. So they stop by the first bar around the corner from the job site. Well, my uncle said he was working with him. He said, come, don't make the guys feel bad, man. So I said, all right, I'll drink a nutriment. Second day now, the same thing happening. I was like, what was this, a regional thing? Every day now them stopping from every bar from San Fernando, from side of St. Madeleine all the way, they're going into San Fernando, every bar down the highway, they're coming down. Trying to break me in to drink. One day, I finished work 4:30, and I ain't reaching home until 11 o'clock in the night because these guys have to stop at every bar, and I depend on the company van. The van slow down. I jump out the back of the company van, and when they're looking for me, I don't reach home already. I mean, you know, they make all kind of efforts to force you to drink, and when you start to drink, then you have to buy. You know, a lot of men can't control themselves, and some guys could send the money home. Some guys could hide away. They go take out 20 and spend here and there. But the basic thing is here: you have to support your family regardless of what you cannot continue to have children all over the place and leave them to fend for themselves. That is creating one of the havocs in our country, with children unsupervised, not taken care of, have to fend for themselves, and then make the wrong choice in how they should survive. That's part of the chaos in our country.
Gary,
Yeah.
you know, in this country, right, they have a statistics that says most black family don't have fathers, right? Their fathers are absent, right?
Why is that?
That's a misleading statistics. Google that statistics when you get a chance. You will see. Most of the times when you hear people talk about the black family, they always tell you it's mostly fatherless households.
Why
right?
is that? Why is that?
No.
But he's saying it's an incorrect statistic.
It's an incorrect statistics, right? Because whenever you hear crime in the neighborhood, people always talk about, but what about black and black crime, right? But you know, white and white crime is totally higher than black and black crime, right? In this country, right? Google it. You see, when the media wants to put out a certain perception of a community, they can easily set it. They can easily start it. And once they start it, it just goes down the rabbit hole, and it goes, and that's it, right? But you know what I do? A lot of times when people send me stuff, I Google it. I just Google it just to see what it is, right? And if I don't think it looks like it's Trinidad and Tobago, then I remember the one we got with the gas tank. Remember that one? When I look at that and I look at the car behind, and I'm saying to myself, if you take a picture of someone using illegal gasoline to fill your gas tank, would you take a picture of the person's license plate?
Yeah.
Why would you take a picture of the person putting gas in the car as opposed to taking the picture of the gas in the car and taking the person's license plate?
Oh, you mean it's stealing it from Wassa?
Yeah, the one stealing from Wassa.
Well, maybe the vantage point was from that angle without being seen. I don't know.
Really,
are you trying to? Which one are you trying to refer to now? The one who steal the gasoline from the pump and cause the whole place to for the sewage to spill?
No. They had a picture circulating that saying that this person stealing, one of the Wassa workers was stealing gasoline
from the company vehicles.
No, from and think about it, right? If isn't it diesel they needed to run them pumps? So every person will be putting diesel in a car. It you know, sometimes, you know, we have, and I just look at it and I say, wait now, boy, something was wrong with that.
It could have been a Mercedes Benz. Mercedes is run off of diesel.
Dana, you know that wasn't no Mercedes Benz sitting on there. A Mercedes, that was a Mercedes Benz. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just sure.
Yeah, we're going to go for a quick station identification. It's individuals to the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. And when we come back, I want to address another comment by Hailey. We'll be right back after this message. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's individual to the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Now, Vonnie Roberts says, Trinidadians now going to Guyana for employment.
Well, things are booming over there.
But that's a good thing. Venezuelan
and we have the experts. You know, we used to send engineers to Nigeria and various parts of Africa where they're drilling the oil and processing the oil there because we had some very skilled people. In fact, I was told that we had a particular way of or skill or formula of refining the oil that was very interesting to the United States also, because I met an engineer. I took a flight from Houston, from Jersey to Houston, in order to hop over there. I think it was at United. And they were telling me how Trinidad people would be flying in and out of there, out of Houston. And that Trinidad had some kind of specialized way in refining the oil that the U.S. was interested in. So we do export people, and I'm sure, being that we've been so long in the business, that Guyana might engage us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, I think I saw somebody criticizing, I don't know, it was one radio show, I can't remember. Or maybe it was right here. You were criticizing Dr. Rowley for the relationship with Guyana. Yeah, it was right here.
No, I wasn't criticizing them.
No, we didn't criticize them. No.
It was the UNC was saying that they weren't invited to the conference in Guyana, and that was inaccurate.
Yep.
That was inaccurate.
Yeah, you was saying something about that. Yeah. But not because you didn't support that party that win, that you didn't form a relationship with them or something like that. Some kind of thing in that context. But I think they will go beyond the politics and engage our people because we are very skilled in the oil industry. You know, unless they want to pay bias and cut we up. It could be one thing like that. But I know we have some very skilled engineers that are exported.
So how would you address this statement by Haile? PNM UNC don't care nothing about country. How would you address such a statement, Diana?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, judging from what was said here by past guests and Gary and Tommy, and saying as far as UNC go, because I never live under UNC. I'm judging from historical data presented and facts and whatever. I wouldn't go and say UNC don't care about country. I can't say that because I have not seen where the UNC has discomforted citizens. If somebody knows of it, well, bring me evidence and facts that they have discomforted citizens, and I gonna be on it. I will say it appears as though the PNM don't care about the country, because if you have you have all these areas where the population is suffering, women are suffering, women are being murdered, the crime rate is out of control.
Diana, that happened under many other parties too.
Yeah,
parties too.
So can I finish my statement?
Okay.
When it happened on the other parties, what was their response? What was the response to these horrific things happening to the citizens? What is the incumbent's response to all this stuff happening to citizens now? What is the response? Except a couple of hampers here, there, and everywhere, a few grant checks handed out, and here's a whole heap of dead people get it and stuff. That's what she come and say. and the schools are dilapidated. Do I want to continue? People living in the beatum, walking to water. Should I continue? Right?
Diana, Diana, again.
What?
I believe any government that has been in Trinidad and Tobago, we can't paint a broad brush and say that government didn't care about the country.
Well,
there are things that they may not have done that they could have done better. But I don't care which government it is. I cannot say that government didn't care about the country.
With so many infractions, what are you doing to correct all these things that are happening to the citizens?
But Diana, under different governments, different things are going to happen. Different things are not going to be done. And we can't paint a broad brush. Let me give you an example again.
But before you go with that example, what do you think about the X amount of schools built in the country and refusing to open it because the other party built it? What do you think about being forced because of COVID to open the Cuba Hospital because you did all kind of song and dance, refusing to open it and to benefit the citizens in the country? What do you think about these things?
Wait. Go ahead.
Here I will answer that. Every time a different government comes into power, whatever the previous government is doing, the other government drops it and go and do their own thing. That is the history of Trinidad and Tobago.
But it's a stupid
but which party ruled the country for the most of the independence?
It's a stupid
Gary, again. Anytime a new party comes into, whenever it is, if it's twice, 3 times, 25 times, if one party starts something and they lose power and a new party come into power, they abandon that and go and do their own thing. You know why they do that? Because people got to get paid. Plain of bad manners.
Anselm, when you have a Speaker of the House who shutting now opposition is formidable.
You're goalpost, Diana.
I want to answer your question. I can't it up in the parliament.
You're shifting the goalpost.
Let me present my point first and then tell me shifting the goalpost. I can't it to the seat of what is going on that you're supposed to take care of the country. When you shutting down opposition, when they're raising what I seem to be deemed to be salient and valuable points, telling them you're out of order, how are you taking care of the country?
You know what answer that, Diana? I will answer the same way again. When another party is in power,
no. How are you taking?
You want to hear my answer or not? Do you want to hear my answer?
What do we mean another party's in power? I'm telling you now, how are you taking care of the country? When you're shutting down the opposition, when they raise salient and valuable, you're locking
and you could tell a member of parliament that is not a relevant question when you're asking a question.
You lock out citizens, let them catch
can I answer the question?
How are you? I waiting for you. And how are you? When people are to call me and tell me to turn her gas spin, how are you taking care of your car? How you care about the country? And I had to call. I call it. Wait. Let me finish now. I call in Wassa. I call in Gonzalez. All of them to get clean. Don't get me started. I was quiet all night. I had to get clean. My poor puppy looking at me. This all right, darling. Make clean. I call in Wassa to get clean truck-borne water to take to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and to beat them. I call in Gonzalez, and he's supposed to be the man in charge. And nothing happened. Dr. Rowley ain't order no truck to go into beat them and get them people clean water to drink. How the hell you care about the people?
Okay. So let me repeat what I stated previously. Any government that comes into Trinidad and Tobago, let me go back to the statement. The statement says, PNM, UNC don't care nothing about country. They don't care nothing about country.
They're lying in their pocket, all of them.
And I am saying that any government that's been power in Trinidad and Tobago has cared something about the country. Okay? So, for example, right? Let me look at an example here. The current government renovated the Red House for $500 million. Right? You can say that they did that because they cared about the country. The Red House is a historical monument in the country, and they wanted it restored, and they restored it for the betterment of the country. Now, I may think otherwise. I may say, well, listen, that $500 million that they spent, how come they didn't take care of the abandoned building in Chumaka, Claventel? How come they didn't paint the 3 buildings in Chumaka, Claventel? How come they didn't say, well, you know what? You take the abandoned building on Duncan Street and make it into the Laventel to Wall Street Empowerment Center? They care about country. Under the UNC gave David Mohammed land in order for him to put up the Kwame Ture Center. Right? I could say that the UNC cared about country because what David Mohammed is doing is looking after the poor black disadvantaged youths in Laventel and environs. And the Beatum is right across the way. So I am not going to paint a broad brush and say, no more UNC don't care nothing about country. I could never paint that broad brush. There are things that they could do better or could have done better. For example, if you go to the UNC, you can say that the so-called 400 million, the alleged 400 million that was spent on live sport, I call it dead sport, could have been utilized better for the betterment of the country. So what I'm saying is that there are many things that are done by both parties, right? That is not for the betterment of the country, but they have done things to care about the country.
Okay, so UNC gave Dr. David Mohammed the Kwame Ture Center.
No, they give him land.
The land. Oh, okay, I might correct me. How come?
No, but that's important. That's important.
And I'm acknowledging that. So how come a stone's throw away, Dr. Rowley and them can't fix up the abandoned building and give and do the walls with the Laventel and empowerment?
But Diana, there are other things that they have done to improve for the betterment of the country.
Who built the school in Laventel? Which party built the school in Laventel?
But Gary,
ask King Lee and Anderson. They told you that recently.
But that is the point. The point is that
a school is a very symbolic thing, you know. It's a very important symbolic thing in bringing the education and the training at the fingertips.
So Gary, let's say PNM don't care about the country and UNC care about the country, right?
No. I'm asking you. You speak so much about Laventel. I said, who? Would you mean that it was the most disadvantaged place in the country that you seem to think it is?
But it is.
So anyway, the people down in Caroni and Kelly Village, them are disadvantaged too.
I never said that.
No, I'm just saying. So it's not the most. It might be one off. But anyway,
I never said
which party saw it priority? Which party saw it priority and a major importance to bring the school within the range of the community, right? We saw that done, right?
Anselm, you know me, I just talk plain. That,
but don't mean because you talk plain, Diana, that is accurate.
Well, I never claim to be accurate.
But what I'm saying, even though you're talking plain, doesn't mean it's accurate.
Well,
I'm not as plain as you want, but if it's not accurate, it's not accurate. And I'm giving you examples. I'm going
on the example. So UNC gave the land for the Kwame Ture Center.
Correct.
Perhaps they were trying
to get betterment of country.
Okay, for betterment of country. Perhaps they were trying to get more votes in that area. Why you don't say that?
I take it as betterment of country.
And I take it.
Betterment of country.
I take it. And I'm not knocking Dr. Mohammed and the efforts that were made. And I take it as an investment to get more votes in that corridor area.
Okay, and
that's what I take it. I take it for that.
But you can't deny the fact that the Kwame Ture Center has been for betterment of the country. You can't deny that fact.
Okay. Well,
you can add whatever you want to. That's okay. But you can't deny that fact.
Wait a minute. The land
investment
was
into the
given
education
and
of the
they
children.
developed. Fine, I all for that. The land was given and they developed it and made it work for them. So why can't it be done all over the place then if it's for country?
But that point don't make sense though.
I mean, it don't make sense.
The statement says PNM UNC don't care nothing about country.
If it's
and I am going strictly on the statement.
And I'm saying if it ain't for country, and okay, that's it. If I'm saying if it's for country and not for votes. Voting for votes and country is two different things, eh?
Diana,
votes.
Think about it. I don't think UNC thought that they could win any votes, win any seat in Lavender.
Please, Gary, please.
The Kwame Center has had a significant impact on black youth in that Lavender area and environment.
And
it's a betterment for the country.
And it's a lovely thing.
That are staying on the streets.
And it's a lovely thing. And I applaud Dr. Muhammad. And they need to be more like that all over. How come the incumbent don't do it all over in all 41 constituencies then? If it's for betterment of country and not votes.
I really don't. I don't know where you're going, huh? I don't know where you're going. No, I don't, because this is the question was, the statement was PNM UNC don't care nothing about country.
Maybe you should ask Dr. Mohammed why he didn't open.
I addressing you. If it is done and he developed the area and made it a good thing. So if this land was given for the betterment of country, yes, why it can't be done in all 41 constituencies? Regardless of however votes, however they vote. Put one in 41 constituency if it's for the betterment of the country and not trying to secure votes.
Well, I think that depends on Dr. Mohammed. He should request in all 41 constituencies.
I don't know if Dr. Mohammed wants to go in all four. But this is two different things.
In different regions of the country.
Give the land and let whoever, if they want to develop another Sak Mirage place, if they want to develop a Bajan place, if they want to develop Islamic place, whatever.
That's referring to Dr. Mohammed.
Exactly. Okay. Give it and apportion it to a development center if it is for country and not for votes.
Well, I think we would have to do some research to find out what was given to the other parts of the country for different organizations.
But Gary, you see, the statement simply says, that if you want to expand the statement, Diana, that's fine. But the statement simply says that PNM UNC don't do anything for country. They don't care nothing about country.
And you gave your example of the Red House.
I am seeing a vast difference in the level of performance in taking care of the people compared to the last government to this one. I'm seeing
that's different too. That's different.
No, yeah, I understand that. All right.
That's different. All I'm saying is that you cannot, you could make a statement and say that PNM UNC don't care nothing. You see, when you use the word nothing is nothing.
And there's a drastic difference between one administration, even if it is PNM, there's a drastic difference between Patrick Manning, there's a drastic difference with Dr. Eric William, PNM compared to Dr. Raleigh or or Patrick Manning or George Chambers. The difference is a different kind of PNM.
Right?
Vast difference.
But when we you see we want to paint broad brushes, and we have to. You say nothing. Like people that say PNM do nothing for the country. No, you cannot say. You could say it, but it's easy to debunk that statement, because if they do one thing for the country, then you can't say nothing. You can say that, okay, the PNM didn't do the things they're supposed to do to make the country better. Some things they need to do to make the country better. For example, there's a lot of pothole in the roads. Right? For example. And you can say, yes, the country has a lot of potholes. Right? And the PNM should do better with potholes across the country.
Well, I think we have more than potholes now. Them potholes so big, it's more like like Niagara Falls or one of them places right now. You know.
But that's the one example. What I'm saying is that, and people will say, well, when the UNC was in power, the UNC didn't do nothing. for Trinidad and Tobago. You know, you could say that, but it's not accurate.
Well, some people think that Kamala didn't do nothing for the country in all that she did. Some people think that.
But guys, the same way people think this PNM party didn't do nothing. You understand? And no, that's not true. I'm not trying to defend. I ain't trying to defend the UNC or defend the PNM. But all I'm trying to say is that we have to get to the point where when we're making certain statements, right, we could back up our statement with some facts.
People I need to see people step up. I need people to step up and work towards building the country. It's not that okay, so you see a politician not doing anything or your MP not doing anything that you like. What are you doing about it? What are you doing about it? You're going to let them sit there for the 5 years and not do nothing? Or are you going to be part of the solution or part of the problem? You know, people have to learn. I think people need to be educated on how they can participate in making their country a better place. I mean, you know, look, mine and your children have nothing to benefit right now out of Trinidad. And look where we at. Look what we're doing. We have nothing to gain. We have nothing to gain in our involvement at this point here.
So Gary, there's 2 ministers of health in Trinidad and Tobago. Listen.
No, there's not.
And
two.
I am only grateful.
He's just telling the truth.
Only grateful that Minister Nyan Gatsby Dolly is the Minister of Health.
No, we know finally who's the real minister. That's all.
You know what the man tell you?
The man tell you.
And I am only grateful. Only grateful that Minister Nyan Gatsby Dolly is the Minister of Health in these trying times.
So all the time we blaming him, and Diane is the real minister. Yeah. All the time we blaming Terrence Housing, and he's not the Minister of Health.
And he's not the Minister of Health? Who's not the Minister of Health?
Play the video again. Play the video again. Let Diane see it.
Who's not the Minister of Health?
You didn't just say the man said,
no.
Hold on.
My puppy misbehaving. Oh, answer me. I want him for the night.
Hold on.
Anybody want to adopt a puppy?
I want a German Shepherd and a Siberian Husky. I like the Siberian Huskies.
I could bring it for you, you know, thing. Oh my God. Oh, there's a terror here, boy.
Hold on, Okay, here we go. I didn't know Trinidad and Tobago had 2 ministers of health.
No, boy, I'm telling you, the man just clarify who's the Minister of Health.
Who's the Minister of Health?
Okay.
You're misunderstanding. He's clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, play it for Dan.
And I am only grateful that Minister Nyan Gatsby Dolly is the Minister of Health in these trying times.
Whoa. He was being sarcastic.
And I am only grateful that Minister Nyan Gatsby Dolly is the Minister of Health in these trying times. Only grateful that Minister Nyan Gatsby Dolly is the Minister of Health in these trying times. I am only grateful that Minister Nyan Gatsby Dolly is the Minister of Health in these trying times.
Man, very grateful.
The man just clarify who's the Minister of Health, okay? Oh boy, I think we woke Dr. Dial Singh too much. He's all he's all stressed out.
So here
we stress him out.
That is the coffin that thing carried for Victor Roberts.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen to this one.
This is my vaccination card, right? As you can see, I got my 2 shots and plus I got my booster shot recently. Why am I telling you this? Well, this is context, what I'm about to say. Because ever since the COVID-19 pandemic started, I am probably the least problematic citizen the state had to deal with. Why is this? Because they said the cloth masks are not good. Get a surgical mask, I got that. Then they say one is not enough, double up, I double up. Then they say the surgical mask not good. Get a K95, I got that. I just wear 2 masks. The black one and the KN95 over the black one, right? Come here, my mask. I have packs of masks in my car, right? Packs of masks in my car. More masks underneath here too. There's the KN95 here, and there's the regular black ones here. Even when I'm in my car with my family members, I have my mask on, they have their mask on. Because I don't want no small talk from TTPS. Because I am convinced that 90% of the police out there dotish. But you see, after today, after what I see taking place in the country, all they can't tell me no more mask again. When I in my car, with my family, my car is safe. Don't my mask off. No, don't get me wrong, you know. I'm not one of them going to be cussing and carrying on a reporter and calling the police wicked and creating a scene. Give me the ticket, I will take it. But it's going to drive off, that ticket dead in my eyes. I ain't paying a damn thing. The state isn't going to get a single dime from me with regards to any COVID-19 face mask ticket. Not a dime. Because you all have roadblocks all over the place looking for face masks, right? People in their own family members, their own children in the car, after one mask, as long as more than one in the car. But they're allowing this kind of foolishness in Savannah. Come now, man. I got in the bank yesterday, long line outside. Because why? No more than 5 people in the bank at any given point in time. I'm coming to do business, right? Business to keep the country running. And I can go in the bank because there are 5 people in the bank. So I outside the rain, sheltering like a blasted vagrant from the rain. While my money inside the bank, but I can't get inside the bank where my money is because no more than 5 people at any point in time because of COVID-19 guidelines and regulations. But this year is okay. I not vex with people who party, you know. I vex with the caca who is enforcing the law or if you stupid.
Anyway,
correct is right.
The children that we saw on Facebook today that was living in a little makeshift shack.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
was taken care of by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. There was effective response. I reached out, and there was effective response, and the children's in safe custody at this point.
Great
Very
job,
good.
I want to thank the Prime Minister's office for that effective response.
But how she like you and she don't like me? She thinks I'm obnoxious.
I know who you're talking about. I talking about the Prime Minister's office.
Well, every time I call it a one particular she.
Okay, I'm just saying the 3 children you saw there.
You see the nonsense. We talk about the 1% nonsense, but that's okay. I'm glad the children get fixed. And then the Miss World said that there was no they criticized Miss World for saying the place had poverty.
So I just want to know that when he beating up on the Prime Minister, that there's some good things being done.
Okay. That's nothing from me, right?
Good boy.
I said so. I ain't say everything getting done right. I said some things are being done right. So the children was taken care of.
Yeah. No, that's a good thing, you know. I'm glad, you know. Anytime disadvantaged people are being taken care of, I full 100 for that.
Well, you know, the response was very effective.
Full 100.
It was done like Gary taking care of them. The response was so effective.
I for that. And all they have to do is a little more of that. And they don't have to shoot the messenger. All right? Kylie says, answer them, PDP ain't do nothing to stop corruption in politics yet, eh? Wait now, man.
Well, PDP just get there. They just get there.
3 months. Kylie, you too bright for that, you know. I just feel you just want to hear me, boss. You mean 3 months? Look, you see what they do? They bring back them workers and them. Did you see that? They bring back them CPAP workers. They bring back them 100 of them. They bring them. I tell all of that fellow is a transformational leader. I tell all of that. Rajvi says, hey, but look Rajvi jump off the bandwagon, yes? Rajvi says, I'll never vote for you and see if Kamala's still in charge. What, Rajvi, why? Rajvi, watch yourself, you know. Don't be making them statements, boy, Rajvi, boy.
Where you saying Kamala is still in charge of the country?
No, he said he ain't voting for you and see if Kamala's still in charge.
You're not voting if Kamala in charge. No,
yeah, Rajvi, boy, watch yourself, boy. Rajvi. Rajvi, people will come after you, you know. Oh, God. What? I want me answer and send me the Google that Trinidadians is Africa.
But he living there, right? He living there or he living out here?
Who's that, Rajvi?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's up to whoever in charge and who they want in charge is up to the people in Trinidad, right? Who living there on the ground right now.
Yeah, when you about to say Fish, you think Wall Street go take we in? We go stay in his basement. Too much crimes up here. Nah, Vonnie, you and Fish go stay upstairs. I have a place in the attic. I'll pull you upstairs. But the room colder.
I tell them we don't share the basement. The basement is our territory.
Yeah, nah, we ain't sharing the basement. We're going up in the attic. You gotta bring all your own heat though. Highly say he's not an African. I never say you was.
Anselm. Anselm.
Yeah.
This dog is wrecking my place. He got toys all over, running up and down, throwing things here, there, and everywhere.
Okay. So what do you want me to do? You wanted that dog, don't you? Yeah?
I said, oh yeah, it's in my living room. Huh?
And you want a dog? If you want a dog, you gotta take the consequences that come with that dog.
Stop, I'm gonna cut behind. Where's the belt? Stop.
Which one? Vonnie. That video.
Stop.
Send me the video again. Which one that video? Send me it again. Yeah. All right. Let's get here. Highly say don't call me no African. I've never been to Africa. Okay. I never call you African. Highly say you want to call yourself Indian, you do that. You want to call yourself Indian, you do that. Okay.
Capiza, you need a dog for your farm? Hey, pack your things.
Who's Jesus Christ is speaking? I think that's a fake profile, eh? Present night from Diego Martin. Jesus Christ, who are you from Diego Martin? Present 9. I think that's a fake profile.
Gary, I can get a dog by you?
Lana wants to know how many Coast Guard officers we have in Trinidad and Tobago. All of them working, doing what?
My daughters will keep them.
Your daughters will keep him. Hey, pack your things. We're leaving in 10 minutes.
Okay, so Vonnie Roberts, before you go, put closing comments in the chat. Vonnie. Vonnie. Hey, look, my partner Ellis come by. Ellis.
Yeah, you didn't see Ellis in a long time.
Yeah, no, Ellis is my real partner, but you know, Ellis could well cook, you know. I will show you next show. I will show you some of them things Ellis does do. I mean, cook. Some of them things he does cook. They say I've been told that. I don't know how true it is. They say Ellis is a good cook. Yeah. I hear so. Ray Stealth, put closing comments. Ray Stealth, Ellis, Vonnie, Rajvi, them people are going to take care of you with that comment you just make there, you know. I ain't going to raise it, America. At least I need to spend more time with my mother to learn about your history. Oh God!
Yeah. All talk aside, you know, we all have to come together to to work together and improving the level of services in our country. We just can't sit there and make all talk and not do anything about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Capiza. All right, folks. Vonnie, Ellis, Raystel, Rajvi, Lion Club, and Capiza. Can you put closing comment in chat, please? Put closing comment in the chat. What?
Oh, Jesus Christ said his name is Nor Lynch Jr.
Highly say, Anselm, that is racist. Crime is crime. It don't have a color other than blood stains. All you need to check all your talk. What talk you talking about? Yeah, we go get an update from Anderson.
Things quiet down there right now, eh?
Lions love. If it's one thing I don't do, I don't erase nobody comments in the chat. I don't touch nobody comment. The only thing I just delete in the chat is any bots that come in. I don't delete that. I don't do that. We keep it real in the village. What happens
We
is that the
also
chat...
offer a number that you can call in. No, we didn't get nobody calling in. The number is posted there. Nobody has called in to voice their opinion on anything.
Yeah, this now.
They don't feel like talking tonight.
Yeah, this one now. Yeah, Capiza now. Ansem is a diet PNM, 1956 to 1986. PNM then have Trinidad like a slum. I is a diet and I is a diet PNM. What's considered to be a diet PNM?
I have no idea because I'm not a PNM.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I never had the opportunity to vote in Trinidad.
Joan Jadube said, Ansem, you're living in a bubble. Only the PNM do that. To me, UNC did a lot. Have I ever said the UNC never did anything? Have I ever come to this program and said the UNC has never done anything?
Nope.
And Highly says both PNM and UNC to blame for the conditions of the country. Lana asks, how come the government never got paid? Never get paid. Just how the citizens don't get paid. Okay. Yeah. Ellis says, Wall Street, my brother, respect and love you. However, it's past your bedtime. Sometimes about senior citizens after 10. There is old talk stupidness. Pee and go in your bed. Ellis, I could step longer than you. I could run longer than you. There's plenty things I could do longer than you. There's plenty things I could do longer than you. Capiza says, Ansem is a vile PNM Diana. Jam him for me.
You barking at me?
And Lana said 66 years. Other government only had 5 years. No, Lana. 15 years. Other governments had about 5, 10, 15 years. Jones says, I can see Ansem as a diehard PNM. All right. Lana, I agree with you. We need to change the system and remove them antique politicians. I call them recycled politicians. We have a lot of recycled politicians. All right. Albert Montano says the PNM was in government from 1956 to 1986. No other party was in power before. We had a Black Power uprising after that, 1970 for oil boom, and still nothing improved. Listen, you know, Alicia Ansem, that is a good one.
Just imagine you had to have a Black Power uprising under a so-called black government, right?
What is that, Gary?
Just imagine you had a black power uprising under a so-called black government that was supposed to be, you know, I mean, this wasn't like the British we wonder the UK ruling and the Queen was ruling. It was our own people ruling, right? But you had to have a black power movement in order to get change under a black government.
I'll be right back, Hans. I'll be right.
But listen to this, right? Lions Love says African people.
We should have a program dedicated to that issue on that topic. You know,
what is
get
that
some
topic?
people who are educated on that or was in that era.
Lions Love says African people are the only race that don't look out for each other and practice racism. They must stop. Black people practice racism. Okay, all right. Yeah. Alice, I'm telling you again. I could run longer than you. I could do plenty things longer than you. Oh God. And I think if PDP comes to Trinidad, they're gonna run in all 41 constituency.
No, PDP tell Tobago tell people, Trinidad people to mind their business, right? And don't come into Tobago politics. And I think Trinidad people go tell Tobago the same thing.
Gary Capiza says, Gary, Eric Williams give Indians free land.
Yeah?
I'm just reading what he says.
He give Indians free land?
Yeah.
Only Indians?
No, I just reading what he says. That's all.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking him up on that.
Yeah. First Trick say, wait now. Wall Street say, PNM. I ever say.
But my parents never get any free land. We never get
I
any
ever
free
say
at all.
PNM never empower black people. But saying PNM did a lot for the country. At least you could quote me correctly. PNM, I said PNM never empower black people. I said that. And I said PNM did a lot for the country. I just was reading, I read Hailey's statement, and I said both parties have done a lot of things for the country. That's what I said.
Well, I'm saying that we can't have schools built for the people in the country because the money is not the UNC or PNM money. And because your party come into power, you're not going to open the school because the other party built it. We can't,
Gary,
can't have hospitals
that's
built.
been the history of politics in Trinidad and Tobago.
But the people have to stand up. I'm calling them out on that. We have to break that. Because that cost us. That cost us. It will not. But delaying these hospitals cost us dearly when the pandemic struck. It cost us. We were unorganized.
Lana, I want to agree with you. Anselm, PNM isn't PNM since Quito's taken over. I agree with you full 100.
What was that?
Restrictions. PNM isn't PNM since Quito's takeover. I agree with that full 100.
Why do you say that?
Because it's the
Ask
truth.
them why. Ask them why.
No, it's the truth. It's the truth. You know how many things I feel like dismantle under the PNM? The PNM tie, you get rid of it. The party groups, you get rid of it. You know how much things that fella dismantle? Full 100. And some, you're painting a white brush with just one person comment. What does that mean? With who comment? Ivy comment? I'm not painting a brush. I just put Ivy comment on, and we commented on his comment. And I said, I am not going to paint a broad brush and saying PNM or UNC didn't do anything for the country. That's what I said. He said PNM UNC did nothing for the country. And I said, I'm not going to paint that white brush. You know, that's just me.
Anyway, I want to say good night, Anselm. Good night, listeners. I gotta go see about this puppy here. All right. Wake up with a dream. Wake up. Go to sleep with a dream and wake up with a purpose. Thank you for joining us in the village. I gotta go see about him. All right, fellas. Good. Bye.
We got to put an end to this race politics, man. It makes no damn sense, and we got to call people out on this nonsense, especially when politicians endorsing it. You know, you got to call them out on that foolishness because it's very disrespectful because it's a mixed country. You have people in the same party, in the government, all the race talk, and look who Dr. Ollie surround himself with.
Yeah, and
all the race talk down in on the ground about who is this and who is that and who Dr. Ollie surround himself with. You see any discrimination there?
You see, but Gary, we have to blame both parties for the. I'm not gonna blame one party.
Yeah, but that's with the voters. Look the race of the people the Prime Minister is confiding in. Who's making the decisions together with him?
We have to blame both sides of the coin for the separation and division. If we're gonna just blame one side as opposed to the other, we're gonna continue down the same road.
Dr. Eric William, who was the confidant in Dr. William? Who really shaped the country? Was Errol Mahabir and Kamaluddin Mohammed, right? Well, the three guys, everybody else was outside the ring, you know, between Errol and Kamal. You know what I mean? Look at the structure. Who is the major decision makers in the whole country in the era of Dr. Eric William? Kamaluddin Mohammed, Errol Mahabir, and Dr. Williams. Everybody had to fall under them. Even the Attorney General wasn't even calling the shots, right? So where's the race thing?
Anselm, UNC, just like PNM, none is good at all. None is good. All of them just come in to fill their pockets and gone. People like it so. Now listen to this, right? How does Capiza know that when the election bell ring, I vote in PNM? I don't know, like he went into my brain and figure out who I go vote for when the next election comes. I don't know who nobody go vote for. I don't know who will vote for.
Are you registered to vote in Trinidad at this stage?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I am not. Yeah.
Fully registered. I have my ID card, everything.
Yeah. No, so, I'm not to that stage.
How does he know? How does he know in 2025 who I go vote for? I don't know who anybody gonna vote for. He doesn't know who I go vote for, but he says, Anselm, all that talk you vote in PM when the election bell is wrong. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know who I go vote for in 2025, and that's part of the problem. You don't know who I go support next week. You don't know who I go support. I know who you go support. Many of you already stated that you're going to vote for the UNC regardless, and that's fine. Everybody's free to vote for whoever they want to vote for. But nobody knows who I go vote for in 2025. Nobody. Because I don't know who I go vote for in 2025. I'm telling you, I don't know. So how you will say all that talk and I voting for them? You don't know that.
Yeah, but it gotta be more than when these guys you're just voting and the government gets in there and they do nothing else after that. You know, it can't stop there with just the vote at all. I mean, we gotta be more engaged.
Yeah, I just that is such rhetoric, you know. It's rhetoric. Oh yeah, you voting for the same party. You doing already voting for the same party. No one knows who I'm gonna vote for. I don't know who everybody gonna vote for unless you tell me who you're gonna vote for. Tell me who you're gonna vote for. Capiza, who you voting for in 2025? Who you voting for? Tell me now. Who you voting for in 2025? Okay, Jesus Christ, they say he's real. Yet Takisha has a message for you, Diana. He's a puppy, he will make mischief and chew on things. They will often leave their toys and chew on your stuff. Listen, again, if you want a puppy, you have to deal with what the consequences are. It's that simple. Okay, Jesus Christ, the name is Noah Lynch Jr. Okay. Hey, Capiza, we don't use that kind of language inside of here, right? We don't use that kind of language, all right? Just so you know, right? Not in the village. We stay away from those type of language in here. All right? Yeah, Carice. I wondering. I'm a member. Okay. Okay. All right, here we have this one here. All right, folks. Let me call again. Vonnie, Ellis, Raystout, Rajvi, Lions Love, and Capiza. Can you guys put closing comments in the chat? Eileen said PDP doesn't have the numbers. You know, that's what they said in Tobago, right? They didn't have the numbers either. Gary, Lana says, Gary, if you go into the archives, you will see how many Indians got land and those who could afford to pay for it, they didn't get land for free.
They get land to do what?
No, just a statement.
Agricultural land? What is it? To plant agriculture? What was that saying?
I know. Heidi says PDP ain't do nothing yet, and answer you think they will make a difference in Trinidad? Garbage. They make a big difference in Trinidad. Wait and you see. Okay, I think I get a closing comment from Hailey. Rena Mohammed says both parties up to tricks. Lana says gunshots ringing out by me. I fed up. Time to leave Tonapuna. Be careful, Lana. Oh, Lions Love. All right, Lions Love. All right. I said we were the only race that don't practice racism. Okay. Cool. I read it incorrectly. Okay, I read it incorrectly. Ali said to go full my pocket and get your vote. You think so? All right.
You know, we gotta be more than complainers, man. We gotta be more engaged. You know, I can't accept the fact that we just vote a government, things are not going right, and we just sit there and stay quiet and can't do nothing about it. Or people decide to get up and do something about it, and you act like it's not your problem.
So, you know, let me say this, right? My closing comment is find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all. I like to stay, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. If every 60 seconds of anger, you use 1 minute of happiness. Later. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I'm just going to say good night, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Aboud, for joining us and our listeners. With that, I will say good night. Keep safe.
So closing comments. Fishstick says, good night, everyone. Kindness is something that the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Okay, Wall Street, if people could able to use both hands to vote, I will have vote UNC and PNM. So whichever one win, I'll benefit. I Fishstick. Okay, let me go back here. Okay. All right, so some people just didn't put closing comments on. All right, here's Ellis' comment. Don't judge me based on what someone told you about me. You might just be hearing it from a hater. Judge me on your experience of me. Correct is right. All right, folks. All right. I think Lana had requested this song last time. I wonder if I played this last time, boy. I remember now. All right, let me try to get this song up here. Okay. So, folks, of course, it's always a pleasure with you guys coming into the village with WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. And we always welcome everyone in the village. And if you have someone who are doing something significant in your community and you want them to join us here in the village, you can also send us some information, send us via WhatsApp, and we'll invite them. Lana, your person from the PTA was supposed to come in tonight, and I don't know what happened.
She's going to be singing Plight of My People. Make some noise for Lady Gypsy.
No plight of my people. Too much a one thing good for nothing. Too much a good thing never enough. I don't know why my black people cannot see. No party never care about we. Every election we so devoted. How we love up we PNM. As soon as the election come and go, it's only problem after problem. How could we cope? Man lost their hope. I ain't seeing no solution. Every time PNM come in power, it takes a toll on black man. I don't want to sound like a racist, but this is what I can see. They just take care of the race, but they damn well know they have we. I want to ring me bell, wake up Eric Williams, tell him the party found him PNM needed immediate attention. Ring me bell, wake up Mother Cornhucks, tell she to cast a spell on we party, not what it used to be. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. This thing is becoming out of hand. It's time this damn nonsense stop. If you don't sing a PNM song, from Skinner Park you'll be dropped. Calypsonian could have sing what they want. We were the spokesman for the people. Eric Duffy, Chambers Dunphy, when Kamala drunk how she like to pee. Calypsonian no, that's no way to go. Too much happening in we country. All this killing spree, young woman body, but only about PNM you could sing. All them songs playing on the radio, all you singing with Kamala do. But when PNM do a wrong thing, I hearing a word from you. I want to ring my bell, wake up Mother Carcel. Every Monday she preach on WAC radio and is the biggest critic of Calypso. Ring my bell for Patsy and Joni. I want them two cultural lovers to know not only PNM song is Calypso. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring a bell down there. Crime will never stop in this country once black people belly empty. How could a man work in CPEP maintain his whole family? All you say the past regime was so bad, so much wrong thing they done to we. Now that PNM take over, why poor people going hungry? When PNM win, all African grin. Now we get back we country. All they doing is complaining and it doing nothing for we. The mess already made. Don't sit in the shade and ponder on we problem. Get off your ass and do it fast and find a way to solve them. I want to ring my bell, wake up Randolph Burrows. Tell him among all past police commissioners, up to now it's he I prefer. Ring my bell, wake up the Lord Bryna. Tell him the state of Calypso today is a good thing he passed away. If I have no rights to privacy, well, it's best I take off my clothes. Please apologize, Mr. AG, for uttering those silly words. When Munilal say, hush your stink mouth, the whole country come down on he. Nobody tell him but nothing for calling a man stupidity. Please don't get me wrong, I am PNM strong. I will stand defend my party. But when my pocket dry and empty, everyone is my enemy. All you take with Carnival Village, no Calypsonian can't make a cent. Great is the PNM, I go sing that and pay my rent. Ring my bell. We can take down this one. I want to hear this. So much of educated black people that was born here in this island, because lack of opportunity migrated to a foreign land. When I was small, in every school hall, Eric William face you could see. Now every 5 years a new PNM, you can't identify nobody. When UNC was there, Barack Podebe, they take care of their people. Why you can't do the same thing and stop African from seeing trouble? PNM come and PNM go, it's the same plight of my people. Stop suffering the poor man and make it more young bandit here in this land.